Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Almond Cokes?
Do you have any idea how important this is? We're trying to save the pub crawl. Really? This is what you're doing? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair.
YouTube Live?
Radio station.
The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio.
We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
Well, I did not know that I was muted. So, how about that? So hopefully everyone can hear me now. I don't know what happened there. It's got to do something with the All right. Well, I don't know how much anybody listened, so let's start this thing over. God almighty. Let's go ahead and start this whole thing. You're listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. I'm Mac Magee, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. Evidently, the audio crapped the bed, so there's that. And I didn't get any kind of indication until just a second ago. Thanks, Underwater.
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Yeah, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? I'm not sure what happened, but we are back with the audio. Didn't do anything different than I've done in many shows past, but for whatever reason, the audio got muted. So I do apologize for anyone that might have been tuning in and might be like, "What the hell is this guy doing?" So real quick, we'll go ahead and jump back into it. Bobby is on the way, but we'll reset and we'll do all the Brave stuff here in a minute. But the short of it is going to get into the Braves Red series real quick, and then we'll reconvene with tonight's game in the second hour. Bobby's going to come on and we're going to talk a couple of different sports. So let me go ahead and set the stage here. All right. Atlanta Braves tonight versus the Cincinnati Reds, and the Cincinnati Reds are coming in an 11-game winning streak. They are going to be sending Luke Weaver to the mound, and Luke Weaver, look, he gets hit hard. He gives up more hits than innings pitched. He's got a 6.47 ERA. He's 1-2. He's a journeyman type. Shawver's got much better stuff. When Weaver first came on and was drafted out of he played college ball at Florida State, was drafted by the Cardinals. Then he bounced over to Arizona. He's in Cincinnati now. I think he might have had another stop on the way. But the point is, he's always kind of struggled, but he's an innings eater. He's a guy that teams will put out there to just try to eat some innings up and go out there and get you 5, maybe 6. But he's not a guy that they expect to shut down. Every once in a while, he goes out and has a good outing. His stuff normally struggles with basically control. He doesn't have a blow you away type of pitch. He just doesn't. That's not really his game. And so with all that being said, he is going to be coming into tonight's game trying to hold on to that 11-game winning streak against the Atlanta Braves, who should be able to put some runs on the board and back up the youngster in their own right of A.J. Smith-Shawver, who I thought has looked really, really good over the last couple of outings. He's 1-0 with the 2.03, but if you look past that, it's just the fact that his fastball has gotten more velocity, better control than we saw on his first time out. And we just hope he continues to build. He's going to have a bump or two in the road. 1-0 with the 2.03, newsflash, it won't stay that way. You know, the other thing about Shawver is how many innings are they going to use him for starting pitching? They hope to get their other guys back and get them back quick. And I mean quick, because Shawver being a youngster, 20-year-old youngster, they're not going to go into the end of the season expecting Shawver to be on the mound. They worry about these young kids' arms. That it didn't used to be a thing. It's a thing now. If you're an old seam head like me and it drives you nuts or whatever, you just got to get over it. It is what it is at this point. So I can't imagine they want to see him throw more than about 80, maybe 100 innings this year. So at some point this year, Shawver is going to be regulated to the bullpen. And they may just shut him down altogether. I don't know how they're going to manage that. But tonight we get to see him start. Looking forward to that. You look at the next game, game 2 in this series is Schuster versus Ashcraft, and Ashcraft 3-5 of the 6, 7, 8. Last year, he actually looked pretty good. There were times Ashcraft went out there and was one of the better starting pitchers in the National League for 6 to 8 games. Somewhere in that neighborhood. He fell off towards the end, and this year he just hasn't gotten it together. Schuster has looked better and better every time out. I've said this before, but his placement of his pitches and being a lefty reminds me so much of Tom Glavine. I'm not saying he's the next Tom Glavine. Don't lose your mind on me. I'm saying that he has his delivery and the way he likes to work east and west the way Tom Glavine always did. And a left-hander is more crafty than you would say going to go right after you. Schuster reminds me of him a lot, and I hope Schuster stays in the lineup for a while because I'm telling you right now, those are becoming some of my favorite games to watch. I know that may sound strange. Dude, we got Strider. We got Morton. We got this. We got that. We got Fried coming back. I like watching Schuster pitch. I like watching Shawver pitch as well for that matter. But Schuster, I like the guys that are crafty because they don't have the mid to high 90s fastball. They've got to be more precise, and there's more of a mental game. Last time Schuster was out, and we'll talk more about this tomorrow in the pregame show. The last time Schuster was out, he did a masterful job of going in and out with his fastball, east and west, jamming him, going away, jamming him, going away. Has that tailing fastball, and then he would pull the string on it on the outside, and you're out on your front foot, and you have no shot. So that's the matchup tomorrow. I say advantage Atlanta. Tonight, it's a coin toss, but I would say I would lean Atlanta. And then Sunday, it's Charlie Morton versus Ben Lively. That's a true toss-up because Ben Lively's actually looked pretty good. Now, he's a youngster. He could go out there and have a bad game. And we know Charlie Morton has been frustrating. He has looked phenomenal at times, and at times he's looked like a 39-year-old right-hander that is out there trying to just grind through an outing. So tonight is a pretty big game in itself because it very well could be the rubber match. I do believe that we're going to get to Ashcraft tomorrow. Lively's going to be interesting, and we know how bad the Braves play, especially on the road in day games. They tend to not get a lot of run support. So what kind of run support is Charlie Morton going to get on Sunday? So tonight, Shawver versus Weaver. It's a big game. And Atlanta is minus 155 on the money line. The over-under is 11. When the over-under is 11, and granted it's because of the Great American Small Park, but the over-under is 11. That just tells you they're expecting some runs scored tonight. Yeah, that's a high score. Typically, your over-under, if it's a pitcher's duel, it's 7, 7.5. But an average game is somewhere between 8 and 9 on the over-under. So they're expecting some runs to be scored, as am I. All right, let's go ahead and take a quick break. And when we come back, Bobby will be on the way. We'll be bringing him in. We're going to talk about a lot of stuff. We are going to get back into Braves Reds. Just want to go ahead and put a pin in it right now, but we're going to get into Braves Reds. The lineups are out, and we're going to get into all of that here in just a bit. Keep it locked in here on the Key, WQEE 99.1 FM in Braves Country HD. This is assuming everybody can hear me. We'll be back in a flash.
Hello there, Frazier.
Oh, what fresh hell is this?
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neal, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Your true friends are the people in your life that totally get your inside jokes, your unique style, most important, what you want to eat. Taco Bell knows that when you get together with your real friends, it doesn't matter what you're doing, but hey, it might as well be something that everybody can get into, like the Taco and Burrito Cravings Pack with 4 crunchy tacos and 4 beefy 5-layer burritos. So even if you're all sitting around doing absolutely nothing, you know you'll still have a good time. It's Taco Bell's Taco and Burrito Cravings Pack. Get it for the friends that get it.
At Shell, we know from the time you get up to the time you wrap up,
Good night.
there's a lot of meetups, eat-ups, and hurry-ups. So come to Shell and get 3 things done at once. Fill up with Shell V-Power Nitro Plus to help keep your engine running like new. Save up with the Fuel Rewards program and never pay full price for gas again. And snack up with in-store rewards to save even more at the pump. Make the most of the stop you need to make with Shell and engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline. See full terms and conditions at fuelrewards.com.
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country.
Dad, look, all I ever have is a bran muffin and a touch of yogurt. Girly food.
Besides, I already fixed your breakfast. Now, I made you eggs in a nest.
Ah, yes. Fried eggs, swimming in fat, served in a delightfully hollowed out piece of white bread. I can almost hear my left ventricle slamming shut as I speak.
Welcome back. Braves versus Reds tonight, game number 1. We've also got on the key on WQEE tonight. We've got the Columbus Chattahoots versus the Alpharetta Aviators. Say that 3 times fast. The pregame show will be 6:50 tonight. First pitch 7:05 Eastern. And hopefully everybody can hear me. Bobby, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I guess I went the first 10, 15 minutes with no audio.
Oh,
I have
no.
idea what happened with the application. I have no idea. I looked over, I saw a couple of comments, and then I looked over and there was a big thing flashing, said your mic is muted. I'm like, well, that would have been important information to know like before I went on.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
It's good now though.
I think essentially I know what happened with it, but anyways, I won't get in the weeds on that, but it's irritating because I think it was a glitch in the system. I'm just going to start checking it. NBA draft last night. By the way, the viewership was putrid. I kind of suspected. I didn't think anyone was really going to watch that nonsense. Did you watch it?
I did. I watched it while I was at a dinner.
Did you really, man?
Yeah. I mean, I had big stakes though. My team had the 3rd pick and made sense.
Yeah. I mean, did you watch it after your team drafted?
I had it on, or I would like look up every time they were announcing a pick, but after that, I'd go straight back to talking and eating. I didn't really pay much attention to it after that.
So I looked at it, and at one point I had the audio on, and whether you had it on ABC or ESPN, it was the same garbage. I was really disappointed that TNT is not doing it anymore. And I guess maybe ABC put the bid in to be the only ones to do it. And I'm sorry, man, but their coverage is terrible.
Yeah.
It's awful.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Stephen A. and the other knuckleheads sitting around just talking to the families.
Yeah, I was glad it was on mute while I was out eating because I wouldn't have been able to listen to it for very long.
Oh, it was terrible. Okay, so you didn't actually watch it. Okay.
I didn't watch it. Well, I watched it. I was paying pretty close attention with the first 3 picks. After that, I could care less.
The audio wasn't on. You didn't watch it. It was just on in the background. It wasn't on.
I could read Adam Silver's lips when he was announcing the pick, and I was happy.
His lips. That dude's an alien, man. Dude
He
has no lips.
But my pretty alien-like.
You didn't watch it. It was just on in the background.
I made sure we went somewhere to eat that had a TV so I could watch it.
Right.
So I did watch it.
Sit through it.
No, but it was important to me. I tuned in for the first 3 picks, and I cared very much about it.
There's a difference between enjoying what you are viewing and having to sit through something. And if you had the audio on, you would have had to sit through that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you.
I was lucky to have to.
I'm saying, you know what dumbfounds me about the whole thing? Like, it's not like ESPN doesn't know how to put a draft on.
Mm-hmm.
The NBA draft, they actually have guys that know things about these players. And in years past, I swear I do not recall so much yucking it up with the families and talking to, no offense, but dim-witted 17-year-old kids who have nothing to say. Actually, I don't care if I offend, because you're talking to a 17, 18-year-old who has nothing to say other than this is great. And what else do you want them to say?
Yeah, you can't be mad at them for that. It's just, there's nothing to say.
I want to hear 4 or 5 analysts go back and say, hey, they drafted this guy and this is how he'll fit into their system, et cetera, et cetera. They didn't do any of that stuff until today. All the reactionary shows that ESPN has.
Yeah.
Anyways, I don't know. That was a dud of a draft. You'll remember who they drafted. I don't think most teams will remember. You'll remember who Portland drafted.
Yeah.
I don't think most people will remember other than Victor Wembanyama going to
San Antonio.
Yeah, going to the Spurs. I don't think anyone's going to remember anything.
No.
Assuming Brandon Miller doesn't face any kind of criminal charges, I think he could be the best player in the draft. I've never watched this Wembanyama actually play. I've only seen clips. I seriously doubt anybody in America has actually watched him play a game. I know he's supposed to be phenomenal, but I just know how many times a guy who's 7'5" ends up just being junk in the NBA. Now, if he's a different kind of player, which everyone says that he is, he'll be a game changer, right?
Yeah.
Wasn't it weird that Michael Jordan was at the draft?
Yeah, especially with selling the team.
Yeah.
And I know he had final say in who the Hornets picked, but
yeah, what was that about?
I don't know. I mean, he's on the way out. Why is he still controlling the show? I know he owns the team, but it's like you think he would kind of pass off the decision making to someone who's actually going to have involvement in the team's future.
You would think ownership would have sent someone with to him and said, "Look, this is who we want."
Yeah.
And if you don't draft him, guess what? We may not sign those papers.
Yes.
That was weird.
That was very weird.
Now, were you happy with Scoot Henderson, or would you have
very.
seen Miller fall to you?
I think he's the second best player in the draft behind Wembanyama. Crazy good point guard, super athletic. He reminds me a lot of Russell Westbrook when he, actually was not a liability. So I'm very excited for it. I think we're going to have a decision to make with who we're going to move. Someone's going to get traded. There's no doubt about it. But I'm very happy with
Lillard's gone, I think. I don't think there's any way in hell he's going to be a Portland Trailblazer in 2023.
I think if we were going to trade Scoot Henderson, it would have happened last night. I think we would have had a trade in place for if we got him. But that clearly didn't happen. So I think we're going to roll with him. And I imagine if Dame had anything, if he was smart, he would request a trade now.
Yeah, I don't even think he has to request it. I kind of suspect it's in motion.
I wouldn't doubt it.
The biggest rumor I keep hearing is the New York Knicks.
I hear the Heat. I'm hearing the Heat a lot because I know he said that would be a destination you'd want to go to. And they have the assets.
Would be who are the Heat going to give Portland Because I feel like the Knicks have more moving parts that Portland may want.
Yeah. I think Tyler Harrow would be the number one player from the Heat in that deal. They'd probably throw in some other guys. They'd probably throw in Kyle Lowry to fill out the contract situation.
You don't want him.
Out.
I'm like, nah, you keep him. That's a part of the deal.
Who?
Kyle Lowry, man.
He would be immediately cut if he was traded here. But I think the only reason they would include him in the deal is to balance out the contracts and keep that from.
All right, well, that's fair.
Going over the top on either team. And then they'll probably throw in a lot of picks. I would hope so.
Which are going to be worthless.
Yeah. Unless the Heat crash and burn. That's what we're hoping for if he goes to the Heat, is that the team crashes and burns and they have to trade everyone and those picks have some value.
So basically tank for another year, go out and get another top pick and hopefully build around Scoot Henderson and player to be named.
Yeah, and Shaden Sharp. We drafted him with the 7th pick last year, and he looked great in year 1.
Because see, the problem is if you trade Lillard to Miami, and let's say they give you 2, let's say they give you 3 number 1 picks.
Mm-hmm.
They're really number 2. They're really second round picks.
Yeah, because they'll be at the top of the Eastern Conference every year.
Close to the top of the league, which means they'll be at the bottom of the draft.
Yeah.
What's noticeable. So I didn't watch the draft. Instead, I pulled up everything afterwards. I got up this morning. I said, all right, whoever. Then I started looking. I was like, man, nobody worth a hoot really drafted last night in the first round. They all traded their picks away.
Yeah.
I mean,
all those picks are gone.
With Clipper, Pacer, Trailblazer, another Pacer. I mean, it's littered with that in the back end.
Yeah, and that's what any contending team, they don't have many picks left now. Like you look at the Suns, for example, they don't have control over any of their picks till 2031. I mean, that's how it is now. To contend, you got to mortgage your future and trade all those picks.
Yeah, and it's a little confusing to me is that when I woke up, they were showing, I'm really confused by this, and maybe there's a trade that's not being put, and maybe you can explain this to me.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it when I woke up, I saw tweets about the fact that the Celtics had drafted a kid out of Arkansas in the 2nd round? Today, when I look at it, it says that they drafted a kid from Tennessee, Julian Phillips.
I know the Celtics did a lot of moving around last night. I think they ended up with like pick 40 or something, but they had trades going all over the place, and they already had the existing trade with the Wizards and the Grizzlies. So I'm not sure who the Celtics even have at this point, but all I know is they were bouncing all over the place.
And I can't believe that I can't find the guy, but that's what they were all tweeting about this morning. Here it is. This is him. But it says Jordan Walsh. It says he went to was drafted by Sacramento. So maybe it's just the way that the Celtics acquired the 38th. I don't know. Yeah. Even ESPN's DraftCast sucks because you'd think you would just go ahead and change and put what player every team's got. I mean, what player the team the player ended up on is what I'm trying to say.
Well, and the NBA makes it so complicated because they have trades in place before the pick is made, but then after the pick is made, the player gets traded like immediately afterwards, and they'll walk across the stage with a hat on to the team that they played for
on their site. You know what I mean? So in other words, like if I go to, so I'm pretty sure this is the kid because I remember the name Jordan Walsh, Arkansas. He looks like a really young version of Popeye Jones, if anybody remembers him. But I don't see his profile picture, but I'm pretty sure that that's him. And if you go to teams and I go to Boston, it still shows this Julian Phillips kid from Tennessee.
Even though he's already traded.
Supposedly he was traded, but I don't know where he's traded to.
It's so hard, especially with the second round, because those things are worthless in the NBA, so they get traded around like it's nothing.
I mean, that's one of the reasons why nobody watches the draft anymore.
Yeah.
Forever.
And your pick after the top, 5, 6 or so is just pretty much worthless. It's so hit or miss after that point.
Yeah, they I don't know. The whole damn thing's confusing. But what's more interesting in the NBA is what happened with the trades. Not the draft day trades, because the draft is, the draft. I used to think that the baseball draft was the most worthless thing to watch. It has by far become the NBA draft. Because the baseball draft, they actually still have analysts sitting there going, all right, well, this guy's draft. Now, the problem with the baseball draft is you see a kid, and it's a little better nowadays, but used to, you would see a kid get drafted, and you're like, well, all right, that's great, but I'm not going to see him for 6 years, right? He's got to go develop down. Nowadays, if a kid gets drafted out of college, you usually see him within a year or two. And you start hearing rumblings now. Now it's so much easier to follow the Major League Baseball farm system. It's so much better than it used to be. The NBA, man, you draft these guys, and whatever happened to that doofus? Oh, he's in the G League. He's 38 years old. He's in the G League. Whatever happened? We spent a first round pick on this guy. If I was a general manager for an NBA team, I would never use a draft pick to actually pick a guy. Yeah. I would draft nothing but, all right, who do you want, man? Because I'm going to give him to you. Who do you want? I'm sending him your way, and you're going to give me one of these veterans.
Yeah. The only exception to that is if you have a top pick and you're in a position to draft a player that's going to be a star in the future or has the makings of a star.
How do you know that?
It's hard to tell.
In the NBA, when a guy's worth a hoot within the first few years. Give me a known commodity, right? I can think of, my God, speaking of Michael Jordan, his draft picks, he's done nothing but a terrible job. That's the reason why he's selling the team, because no one's coming to his games because he's terrible as a general manager.
Yeah.
So, I can think of so many draft picks, top draft picks, that we think are can't miss, and they're busts. You don't get that as much in the NFL and in Major League Baseball. Baseball a little more, but I'd say I think the most important draft picks in all of sports, baseball and football, are like this. But what's more intriguing to the fan to watch is football, because you normally know who these guys are. You probably watch college football. You've probably watched them play. Even the people who don't watch college football are still aware of who these guys are because of all the scouting combine. And then the other thing would be the fact that if you draft a guy, we'll get into this here in a little bit. If you draft a guy, you expect him to, especially in the first round, second round, you expect him to contribute immediately.
It's weird if they're not in the starting lineup year one. If you draft them in the first round and they're not starting, that's a problem.
Yeah, if your first round pick doesn't start, that's a huge problem.
Yeah, and if you that's what makes the NFL draft so entertaining, is these guys come out and contribute year one versus, like you said, the NBA, where these guys will go play in the G League for years or whatever it is. It may not even end up in the NBA. They might get sent down to the G League and never come back up. It happens a lot. Or some guys just don't pan out in the NBA. It's far more common than in the NFL.
Elite. What the hell is that?
What's that?
What is overtime elite? Do you have any idea what that is?
I think it's a G League team. And what a lot of guys are doing now, what a lot of guys in high school are doing, is instead of going and playing college for a year, they'll play in the G League for a year.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. I didn't know if that was the name of a team in the G League, or if that was, I didn't know what it was, to be honest with you. I had an idea, because I think they're brothers, right? Eamon Thompson and Osar Thompson, aren't they brothers?
Yeah, they're identical twins. That's
right.
cool.
And they played in the G League together, right?
Yep. I think I drafted back to back.
So then that's what it is, because those two are being, when it says their school, it says Overtime Elite.
Mm.
You think it would just say G League, they didn't go to school, or list their high school or something.
Because nobody keeps up with the G League. I couldn't name
Overtime Elite was the high school
a single team from that, other than the one we just talked about.
What's that?
I agree. They should put G League for wherever they came out of, or where they started playing basketball at the next level. All right, but I don't keep up with the G League at all. I don't know anybody that keeps up with the G League.
Wembanyama, he was playing professional ball over there before he came over, right?
Yeah, I forget the name of the team. It was like
he was. Yeah. It was a rhetorical question. The school they have listed for him, France.
So okay, see that doesn't make sense. Why aren't they keeping it consistent?
Right, Koulibaly, whoever this guy is, Bilal Koulibaly, was drafted by the Pacers, France.
Yeah,
but Overtime Elite, Disney must have a part ownership of Overtime Elite. It's the only thing that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else, up and down, everything else, it's their school or it's the country that they came from, Canada.
Mm-hmm.
Except for the two, the twins, Overtime Elite. That'd have been really cool if they could have figured out a way to get them on the same team.
Yeah, that would be cool.
One went to the Rockets, one went to the Pistons.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know anything about them or enough about them to talk intelligently about them?
I saw Amen Thompson had a workout with the Blazers. And I saw some clips from it. His jump shot looks weird. That was certainly a concern of mine. So I was worried that we'd pick him at 3. But yeah, I don't know how good he'll be. I don't know much about him. Amen is the better Thompson brother. And I was pretty surprised to see Asur go so high.
What was it that you said was concerning about him?
Oh, there was a workout video from him with the Trailblazers, Amen Thompson, and his jump shot didn't look the best. It looks a little bit suspicious. So I was definitely concerned about that with him and us potentially drafting him at 3. But of the two twin brothers, Amen's the better one.
Amen is 6'7", 199. Osar 6'7", 204. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They look. I don't know if I would. I mean, I guess they're identical.
Mm-hmm.
But I can tell. I can definitely tell the difference.
Mm.
Eventually, you can tell the difference because one's playing for the Pistons, one's playing for the Rockets.
Yeah, just look at the jersey.
To never be heard from again. All right, so the whole 9 yards of it. Put the draft aside, all the trades that went down. What was the most significant move to you?
Of the trades, I would say, I'm trying to think of all of them right now. I'd say probably Porzingis to the Celtics, and most importantly, them losing Marcus Smart to the Grizzlies. You talked a lot about how much heart the Celtics have and how tough they are as a team and how they lack that. And now they're losing their toughest player in Marcus Smart. He's kind of the heart and soul of that team. So I don't know how that's going to affect them. Obviously, Porzingis he's going to contribute a lot, probably more than Marcus Smart, but it goes beyond the.
Yeah, see, I look. Buddy of mine, he's a big Celtic fan. We talked about this yesterday after the show. I called him. We were like, sky's falling kind of stuff because we can't lose Marcus Smart. But what did Marcus Smart, other than leadership qualities, what did he really bring to the table? I said, the problem is, I said, we talked about this as an entire playoffs. He and I would complain about the fact that they needed another scorer, a scoring threat. Doesn't this have to be someone's going to go out there and put 30 up, but a scoring threat? So they went out and got it, but now we're not happy because we wanted to get rid of Brogdon and to hold on to Smart. But eventually, and I told him, I was like, man, when you make trades, if everybody is happy and everybody's a little pissed, then it was probably a good trade, right? I'm not quite sure what Washington got out of this deal.
Just
other than they didn't want to pay Porzingis, I don't know.
They're going to be they'll probably be the worst team in basketball next year. That roster they have is horrible.
they're. What do you think? They're probably just tanking and rebuilding and saying, "Screw it, let's save some money. Why pay him?"
They got out of the Beal contract. They got rid of their best player, and they got rid of that. That contract was horrible. So I see why they didn't get a lot back from the Suns. And then obviously at that point they have no hope for competing.
That trade's gonna work, by the way,
for the Suns.
Yeah, you haven't been on since I went down. I just don't think that's going to work out.
I don't either, especially with their cap situation. They're already over the luxury tax with between 4 players.
And they lost their leader, essentially. CP3, like he's essentially their leader.
Yeah.
And I don't think that trade's going to work out for the Golden State Warriors. I know everybody wants to go, ooh, man, look out. CP3, he's going to be dishing.
Mm-hmm.
What everyone complained about with the Golden State offense was that they looked bad when they weren't moving fast, right? When they weren't, because when they won the championship, man, they were up and down the court, yada, 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 hitting, draining threes, whatever.
Yeah.
When they were slowing the ball down and looking a little sluggish, that's when they're at their worst.
Mm-hmm.
CP3's coming from Phoenix, which had one of the slowest pace offenses in all the NBA. It's because he's like 60. So what? So and plus, what's he going to play? Maybe 20 minutes a game, right?
He's going to be leading the bench unit, that's for sure. I don't see how he's going to be in the starting lineup.
You can't start him on a regular basis because the main reason you're bringing him in for is to win a championship, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if it's me, man, I'm capping him at 15 to 20 minutes a game during the regular season.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, dude, we just need you to stay in shape and get ready for the postseason. But when they get into the postseason, I don't see, man, he doesn't have his fastball anymore, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I know everybody wants to just fall all over themselves. CP3 is the greatest point guard. They always overblow this.
Yeah.
CP3 is very good, but they want to put him like top 5 all time. I can't put him there. I just can't.
No.
I can think of so many.
Especially with how he hasn't won a championship.
Yeah, he hasn't won a championship. But even the guys that haven't won a championship, man, there are guys that I put John Stockton over him any day of the week. And I watched both of their careers. I'm telling you right now, dude, Stockton was the real deal.
Mm-hmm.
But like,
I'd take AI over Chris Paul.
That's a tough one. In their prime.
But AI led that team. He didn't win the championship, but he led that Sixers team to the championship all by himself.
He was a me guy, not a we guy. So if you're wanting to sell jerseys and put butts in the seats, yeah, give me AI all day.
AI. Yeah.
If you want to win a championship, you're not winning one with AI.
Well, if you want to win a championship, give me neither, I guess. I'm certainly not taking Chris Paul to win a championship.
I can make the argument that CP3 never really had a great supporting cast.
His best chance was with the Suns in 2020 against the Bucks.
With the Rockets. And
if they didn't get injured.
Show up.
If he stayed healthy, that Rockets team has a good shot.
The beard didn't show up.
Probably would have got past the Warriors.
They should have beaten them. Now I don't know if they're going to win the championship, but that team should have won.
Yeah. But look at the Suns though. They were up 2-0. They were up 2-0 in the NBA Finals on the Bucks.
CP3's best chance to win a championship was when they were going to trade him to the Lakers and the whole thing got kiboshed by the league.
Yeah.
That
would have been a guaranteed ring.
Yeah.
David Stern stepped in on that.
Because I remember seeing it going, and as a Southern fan, I was like, oh my God, they're going to win. They're going to win. It's over.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next day, nah, we're not going to let that happen. I was like, wait, what? They're not going to let the Lakers cheat? They always let them cheat. That was so he's never had a great supporting cast. He kind of had one this year for like a week or two. Then he got hurt, but that was it.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I just don't think this. I don't think this Beal thing. I think there's going to be a lot of turmoil on that team.
Yeah. Well, that's going to be a big test for Frank Vogel. I want to see how he handles it, how he keeps that locker room happy, because I know one of the big problems with the Suns is Monty Williams and his kind of disagreements with DeAndre Ayton. It caused a lot of separation there, kind of blew up the locker room. Now they have a new coach coming in. If he can keep it all together, then I could see them maybe going a little far in the playoffs. I don't see them getting past the Nuggets, especially with their lack of depth. They have no depth now. So
Man,
I don't know how it's going to pan out, but
I don't even know if I see them getting to the conference finals because I still look at it. They've brought in a guy. This mix and match doesn't seem a lot different than what they did in Brooklyn that just didn't play.
Well, my main concern is KD, and if he can't stay healthy in the playoffs, which he hasn't been able to stay healthy recently, if he can't stay healthy in the playoffs, and that team has no depth, that Suns team has no depth beyond that big three. So if KD goes down, or if even one of the other two go down, I don't see how they're going to make it out of the round they're in.
How old is KD nowadays? Like 36, 37, somewhere in that neighborhood?
Up there.
So, I mean,
he's 34. 34. He'll be 35 next season.
Okay, so I was close. He's 35. So, I mean, what can you expect from him? 35 years old in the NBA, you're more of I won't say that he's expected to be a role player, but he's not going to be able to put 42 minutes on his back and let's roll, right?
And stay healthy for an entire playoffs.
And Booker's been incredibly inconsistent. I don't like their chances. All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, minicamp. We're going to talk about JETS, Jets. We'll be back in a flash. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. Major League Baseball, heading into your Friday, heading into your weekend, looks like this. It all gets going. The big one. Who'd have saw this coming? The Atlanta Braves on an 8-game winning streak going into Cincinnati on their 11-game winning streak. The action gets going 6:40 Eastern. We'll have pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves right here on Braves Country HD. Find us on YouTube today. Please like and subscribe. Other games in action tonight, Pirates and Marlins. They also get going at 6:40. That'll be on Apple Plus, along with the Mets and Phillies. Kodai Senga versus Taijuan Walker. Both of those games are on Apple Plus, will not be shown locally. 9:40 Eastern, Nationals at the Padres. Patrick Corbin, head-to-head versus Musgrove. San Diego, -292 on the money line. Over-under is 8. Tampa Bay Rays will try to bounce back after losing to the Royals last night. They'll send Eflin to the hill, and they'll see Zach Greinke for the Royals. Tampa Bay -285, over-under is 8. Twins and Tigers, 6:40 Eastern. Kenta Maeda comes off the IL. Last pitched very beginning of the season before hitting the injured list. The Twins are -130 on the money line versus the Tigers. Over-under is 9. Mariners travel to Baltimore. Orioles are an underdog at home. Logan Gilbert versus Kyle Gibson. Rangers and Yankees start their series. Texas -115 tonight on the money line. Dane Dunning versus Clark Schmidt. The over-under is 8.5. A's are at the Blue Jays. Caprillion versus Bassett. 7:07 first pitch in Toronto. The over-under is 9. Brewers and Guardians. Wade Miley versus Shane Bieber. Cleveland the favorite, -135. The Red Sox are at the White Sox. Should be a good pitching matchup. Brian Bayo versus Lucas Giolito. Boston -115 on the money line. Over-under 8.5. The Angels are at the Rockies. Pablo Sandoval versus Kyle Freeland. The Angels -160, over under 11.5. The Astros are at the Dodgers tonight, 10:10 Eastern. JP France versus Sheehan. LA -140, over under 8.5. The Diamondbacks begin their series with the Giants. The clash of first and second in the NL West. Zach Davies and Logan Webb on the mound. San Francisco -178, over under is 8. In case you missed the NBA draft last night, and the ratings show you probably did, Victor Wembanyama of the San Antonio Spurs, he goes first overall. Wembanyama is from France, being looked upon as a bit of a unicorn. He's 7'5", 220 pounds, and can shoot the outside shot. Brandon Miller from the Alabama Crimson Tide, he goes second overall to the Charlotte Hornets. who are in the middle of a ownership change as Michael Jordan is on his way out. Scoot Henderson, South Alabama, he's headed to Portland to team up with Damian Lillard. Other teams of note in the draft, the Atlanta Hawks, they grabbed Kobe Buffkin in the first round out of Michigan, a point guard. And Casey Walls from the Kentucky Wildcats is drafted number 10 overall by the Dallas Mavericks. Jeff Howard of Michigan goes to the Orlando Magic. Derek Lively of the Duke Blue Devils drafted by OKC. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Newnan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country.
It's summertime, and that means the return of all the fun and excitement of Chattahoochee baseball at historic Golden Park. Bring the whole family down for a night of fun. Tickets start as low as $10 with a discount for kids, seniors, and active military. Or celebrate a special night at the park with a group package or suite night. For game dates and more, visit gohoots.com. That's gohoots.com. It's baseball season now, but hockey will be back before you know it. Join the Columbus River Dragons as they celebrate the team's 5th anniversary season in 2023-24. Season tickets are on sale now with no price increase from last season. Lock up your favorite seat for every exciting moment. Call the River Dragons at 706-507-4625 or go online to rdragons.com. That's rdragons.com. River Dragons Hockey. Get fired up.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
It's baseball season now, but hockey will be back before you know it. Join the Columbus River Dragons as they celebrate the team's 5th anniversary season in 2023-24. Season tickets are on sale now with no price increase from last season. Lock up your favorite seat for every exciting moment. Call the River Dragons at 706-507-4625 or go online to rdragons.com. That's rdragons.com. River Dragons Hockey. Get fired up.
Larry Bird's not walking through that door, fans. Kevin McHale's not walking through that door, and Robert Parrish is not walking through that door. And if you expect them to walk through the door, they're going to be gray and old. What we are is young, exciting, hardworking, and going to improve. And as soon as they realize that those three guys are not coming through that door, the better this town will be for all of us. I wish we had $90 million under the salary cap. Wish we could buy the world. We can't.
Welcome back to Braves Country. Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 to 5 p.m. Drive time on WQEE. Welcome back. Braves Country Baseball coming your way. Tonight, here on Braves Country HD, pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play, you got the Braves and Reds. 6:40. Find us on YouTube today. Braves Country HD. YouTube.com/at Brave Country. At Braves Country, excuse me. Tonight on the Key 99.1 FM. 7:05 first pitch. You got the Chattahoochee versus the Alpharetta Aviators. That pregame show comes on at 6:50. And I'm still pushing for it to be called Give a Hoot. Give a hoot. The Give a Hoot pregame show. Come on, man. Give a hoot. Do you even remember that as a thing? Give a hoot, don't pollute.
Not the second part of the phrase. I've heard give a hoot before, but
yeah. All right. Well, good enough. That used to be a PSA that they would run on television years ago. I really don't remember when they stopped doing it, but there'd be an owl and said, "Give a hoot, don't pollute." There'd be an owl, Woodsy owl or something like that. Woodsy, I don't know. That may or may not be correct, but they would tell you to give a hoot, don't pollute, much like Smokey the Bear. Do you know who Smokey the Bear is?
Yep, that's exactly what I was thinking of. It reminds me of that.
All right, so yeah, it was around that same time period. I think Smokey the Bear was a little more popular, But I remember give a hoot, don't pollute. There was always an owl walking by a trash can, picking up trash, that kind of stuff. All right. Well, I guess I'm in the minority. But I like the name Give a Hoot, man. Give a hoot.
You're not in the minority. It's 50-50. We'll have Tones settle it.
Go Chattahoots. Give a hoot. By the way, Tones is on vacay, so he's
no,
I don't forget where they went. I know they went to some. I saw
him
them
and Joey together.
They were on social media going to a grab ass event. I remember that. They were watching wrestling somewhere.
Him and Joey going together?
Yeah. I'm pretty I want to know, like, are they painting up like these guys, right? Are they out there in their man panties and painting their chest? Painting their chest and face like you would at a football game? Do they do that at wrestling? Do the fans get into it that much, or I know
maybe WWE. I'm not sure if they go all out for WWE, but
it's a tailgating for wrestling. Do you know?
There's what?
That's tailgating. That seems like a tailgating event.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't you think that if you were going to a wrestling event, like let's say, I forget the name of the big one, but they do it in Tampa all the time. Let's say the show starts at 7. Wouldn't you think there'd be some tailgating out there 3-4 in the afternoon?
Yeah, I'd imagine.
People getting liquored up and hitting each other with chairs and whatnot.
Reenacting it, yeah.
I've got a feeling that the tailgating would actually be more entertaining because that's
I'd watch that. I'd be more likely to pay for that than the actual stuff.
Yeah, there could be no script out there. Some guys are way too serious, and here's gonna flying folding chair. All right, let's go ahead and get into your New York Jets. By the way, I heard this morning that they lost their safety, Chuck Clark, for the season.
Yeah, I have that written down. He just tore his ACL recently. They just traded for him, actually, from the Ravens.
Yeah, so he's done. So that's not a good way to start this off. I heard that this morning. I was like, well, wouldn't you know, man? As soon as we get to do a show on the Jets, they're over there spitting the bit. Obviously, the big thing is Aaron Rodgers coming in.
Mm-hmm.
And what's the deal? He's out there taking hallucinogens, and that's what made him want to become a Jet?
Yeah, I saw something about he was talking to the media earlier today, and he was talking about how excited he was that something got legalized. I don't know. I'm not sure what his deal is.
I mean, are you in belief that he's going to bring something to this team? When I say bring something, they did not bring him in to make the playoffs.
No, they have higher hopes than that. And I think they will, but I'm not expecting it in year one. I don't think it'll be an immediate thing. And
You'll be 40.
Yeah. I mean, he's old, but you got to think, just a couple years ago, he was back-to-back MVPs. I still think he's got some in the tank. Last year was a down year, but he's got more weapons now. I think it might take an adjustment year. I don't know if they're going to go all the way this year, but I can see them making the divisional round. That'd be where I'd have them right about now.
Anything less of the AFC Championship game to me is a big disappointment.
But with how stacked the AFC is, I don't see them getting that far.
I'm not saying that they're necessarily going to get there, but I think the Jet fans are going to be very disappointed.
Oh yeah, and New York fans, they are not very patient, so they won't wait around.
Especially if the quarterback's 40, you don't have time. This isn't a rebuild. This isn't the same thing we were just talking about with the Portland Trailblazers. We're going to work our way around, and by the time we pick 2, we'll really have something.
Yeah, no, this is it. This is their window.
This is absolutely it. Like if he doesn't go out there and put a championship team together.
Mm-hmm. How long do you give them for a window, Super Bowl window with Rodgers?
2 years.
2 years. I would agree with you.
They have to make a Super Bowl in 2 years, because after that, man, is he going to play past the next 2 years? I don't know.
It's hard to say. And on top of that, you're going to have to start paying guys like Breece Hall and Garrett Wilson when those 2 years start to roll around, or after that 2 years ends. So, yeah, I'd say right now is probably this year and next year is probably their window.
Yeah, I think they absolutely have to at least if they don't make the AFC Championship game, they've got to get close.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like the AFC semifinals, they've got to, I mean, they have to put in a good fight, like a nail biter loss.
Yeah.
Not like,
and they
not
have
like
a good enough team to do that. They certainly do.
They can't do like what happened with the Giants, where they just get their doors blown off.
Yeah.
By a division rival in the, is that considered the division rounds?
Division round, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're saying a success for them would be to get to the divisional rounds, but if they got their doors blown off,
that's what I think is going to happen. I think they'll go to the divisional round. I think that's as far as they make it. I think what's viewed as a success by Jets fans is AFC Championship or better. They have to make it that far for it to be up to expectations.
I would think that Jets fans have a little bit of a they've been Jets fans this whole time.
Yeah, but they seem to have high hopes every year. And I've seen years where they have really bad teams and bad coaching staff, and they still have over the top expectations. I think this year, if they don't make the AFC Championship, Jets fans aren't going to be happy.
Even if they lost a nail biter to like the Chiefs in the divisional round.
If it comes down to the wire against the team is okay, let's say they lose in the divisional round to the team that goes on to the Super Bowl, the team that wins the AFC. If it's close, they might let it slide. But I think Jets fans also know that they have a very short window with this team to win.
I think they're okay if it's like the way Jacksonville lost to Kansas City this year.
Mm-hmm.
I think Jets fans are going to be okay with that.
Okay.
But the way the Giants got blown out by the Eagles in the same round, they're not going to be happy with that.
Especially if it's against a divisional rival. Like if they go out and get smoked by the Bills in the divisional round, that's going to be a problem.
Do they have to win the division?
No, because the Bills always put a good product together in the regular season. They don't always show up for the playoffs, but if the Jets can be a top wild card team, like the 5 seed, I think they'll be fine. I think their fans will be fine with that, as long as they don't get bounced early in the playoffs.
Okay, let's say they barely make the playoffs, wild card. They lose the first round. Does Rob Saleh survive that? I think he gets fired.
I think he'd get fired, but I don't know if I would like the decision. I don't know if I'd be on board with that decision because you're trusting a year one head coach, whoever you're bringing in. And now, and it could be a proven coach who's had experience in the past they bring in, and that would make sense. But you're eliminating yourself from bringing in a year one, a first year head coach, because that's not going to work with the closing window they have with Rodgers.
You're definitely bringing in someone with
like a Doug Peterson with like the Jags did, like that,
right? Or maybe you're elevating someone. Let's be honest, he's really close with the quarterback coach and the coordinator. So maybe they fire Saleh and elevate one of them.
Mm-hmm.
They're not bringing in, they're not going to go out there and say, well, we're interviewing the next hot college head coach.
Yeah.
Coming to take over the no. It's going to be someone. It's going to be an NBA situation where, everyone looks at the NBA with all the prima donnas. They're going to look at this. It'll be a situation where who does Aaron Rodgers want as his head coach?
Yeah.
Because then he could just threaten to retire.
Mm-hmm. And he's done it. He's not afraid to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. So, sorry about that. Looking at this. All right. So if you look at all this stuff right here,
mm-hmm.
and you look at who they brought in, and this is going to be a team that should be able to put a lot of points.
Yeah.
I'm still a little surprised that they didn't bring someone into the backfield because of Breece Hall coming off that major injury.
Well, I still don't know if he's back working in practice yet. I don't think he's fully recovered from that yet.
No, he's not. And there's some skepticism on whether or not he's going to actually go out there and be ready for week 1. I don't think he's going to be ready for week 1, to be honest with you.
That's concerning, especially because, I mean, it's he's their best. Without a doubt, he's one of the best running backs in the league when he was healthy. He was lighting it up, and they've. I'm not gonna say they're relying on him, but he's a big part of that group of weapons they have. Him, Garrett Wilson. They have. I know they brought in Mecole Hardman. But other than if they don't have that running game for them to fall back on, that could be trouble.
I'm a little surprised that they haven't brought. Okay, little off the beaten track with this.
Mm-hmm.
What's the deal with Dalvin Cook?
I'm surprised he still hasn't gotten signed yet.
I'm surprised he's not a Jet.
That would make a lot of sense if they could get him for cheap. Now, if he's demanding a ton of money, that could be a problem. But if he's willing to take a 1 year, not a crazy contract,
maybe.
What?
Maybe sign an incentive-laden deal.
Yeah, something like that. Where if he goes out there and contributes, and while Breece Hall's not healthy, that'd be a great deal for the Jets, and I think it'd be a good fit.
It'd be an incredible fit.
And he could get a big contract whenever that deal's up next offseason.
If
he has a big year for the Jets.
The rumor has been for quite some time that Dalvin Cook was going to head to the Dolphins, and that has not materialized at all.
Mm-mm. Well, there was a lot of talk like all offseason about them trading for him, and then when he got cut, it's like, okay, why this should be a done deal? Like he should be a Dolphin. It still hasn't happened, and I don't think it will. Which
is strange because they don't really have a bell cow.
No, they don't. They have a solid running back room. I know they have Jeff Wilson, they have Raheem Mostert, but they don't have that strong number one.
There's no way any of those guys start over Dalvin Cook.
No.
So I'm a little surprised that they haven't figured. It's funny as we're saying this, I just saw it pop up on the screen on one of the television shows him running down the field. What's cooking? Yeah, it's an odd one. The only other, there's a couple of other angles I could see him going to, but to me, Dalvin Cook to the Jets makes the most sense.
Yeah.
Because I don't think Breece Hall, and even when Breece Hall comes back, let's say Breece Hall comes back in week 1, week 2, week 3, what Breece Hall are we getting at that point?
And they don't want to run him into the ground right off the bat. They're going to want someone that can, take some carries away from him and let him load. What?
I'm steering clear of him in fantasy football.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Especially with the concern that he might not even be ready week 1. That tells me that recovery isn't going too well.
Reach for him, and because they're thinking about, 2024, my radar will be up again for Breece Hall.
Yeah,
but he's I've just seen this too much. The only guy that I can ever think of that had a horrendous injury like this and came back the very next year and had an outstanding season was Adrian Peterson.
AP.
That's it. That's the list.
Mm-hmm. And AP was different. I like Breece Hall, but we have not seen anything to show that he is Adrian Peterson.
No, I mean, Adrian Peterson was built like a brick house. He's, the only other guy that I can think of in recent memory that may have the kind of body type that would be able to do something would be like Derrick Henry, right?
Yeah.
But I've just got to feel like this kid Hall, who was running really well before the injury, and he's not even a veteran, so he's going to have so much doubt on that knee.
Yeah.
All right, let's get into the New York Jets schedule and let's put our name on it. Looking at we're not going to go through the whole schedule game by game, but just looking at who they are going to play in their division. how that's going to play out with the division that they have. You know, they've got the Dolphins, they've got the Bills, and I'm still so on the fence about what the Dolphins are going to be this year because of the concern that Tua gives everybody, I think. I think the Jets bare minimum are going to be second in this division.
Yeah.
But you look at the fact they play Buffalo, they start the season. They've got a pretty tough start to their season, which isn't going to help the New York media.
No.
They're playing the Bills on Monday night, at Dallas, New England, Kansas City, at Denver, and Philadelphia before they get to the bye week. Also on their schedule note, they'll obviously play the Bills again. They'll obviously play Miami again. They're gonna. I'm not looking at New England as a threat this year,
especially in that division. No,
the back half of their schedule is really manageable.
Yeah,
it's the front part that's going to be the most difficult.
Mm-hmm.
I am going
I can see the Jets ending the season hot on like a 5-6 game winning streak.
Exactly. All right, I'll let you go first. What is their record in a 17-game season? What is their record?
I'm not going to go too crazy with it. I'm not going to put too high of hopes on them. I'll say 11-6.
11-6. I am going to go a little crazy on it. Man. The Brees Hall thing. I want to say 13-4. That's what I want to go with. But I'm gonna hedge my bets. Okay. I'll say 12-5. 12-5.
Okay, that's fair.
I do think they finish first in the East. Where do you see them finishing?
Over the Bills?
Yep.
So do you have the Dolphins making the playoffs or no? Because I could very well see the AFC East sending 3 teams to playoffs.
Yeah, I don't know. That's the $1 million question. I don't think New England makes it, and I think Miami's going to be teetering.
Mm-hmm. They'll be one of those teams.
If you could tell me Tua Tagovailoa is going to have 14 starts, I'd say yes. But man, he's got scrambled eggs above his neck.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know what to expect from him.
Mm-hmm.
He gets hit one more time, he might retire.
Mm-hmm. If he goes out there and has a couple more concussions, that'd probably be a career for him.
Couple more, one more.
I think he might be able to stand with one more, but if he goes out and has 2 in one season,
if it's like week 1 or something, man.
If it's week 1, yeah. If it's week 1, that might be it. Yeah.
He doesn't want to retire because of the money, and I get that, but there's going to come a point in time where, all these NFL contracts are voidable at some point.
Mm-hmm.
No one's going to give him big money, no matter how.
It's going to get to a point with him if he keeps having concussions where that NFL money doesn't matter because his license runs.
So you didn't answer the question. Where the Jets finishing in the division?
Where are they finishing? I'm going to say second behind the Bills.
All right.
But I'm not ready to say the Bills are going to go far in the playoffs. They're going to disappoint again. They do it year after year.
We can worry about doing the playoffs when we get to our predictions at the beginning of the season. But, with these mini camps, it's more about talking about, the individual team itself, what they're going to do in the regular season. Yeah. But I think they're going to be able to do it. I think they're going to be able to. Something leaves me flat with the Buffalo Bills. And the main thing, maybe they fixed it, and we'll obviously get into them down the road. But the fact that team has never had much of a running game is a big concern for me.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's another thing to be concerned about is the drama between the team and Stephon Diggs right now. That's something to keep an eye on.
That too. And dude, talking about a guy gets one more hit and he's going to be done. I mean, the fact that the kid that shut down all of the National Football League
is back. Yeah.
Is back and playing. Man, the first time he puts a good hit on someone, the whole place is going to hold their breath.
Oh, yeah. Everybody's heart's going to stop for a sec.
I am in shock that he's trying to play professional football again.
Mm-hmm. Or at least mostly just come back next year. I think if you take a year off, maybe, you could see how
Screw
it's
that,
working in a year. But
front office and said, call it a day. That's what they should have.
Yeah.
You got a lock for this week?
I do. You're going to like this one. I have Braves at -1.5 runs tonight. They're going up against Luke Weaver, who has an ERA of 6.47. So I'm going to take the Braves on the spread tonight. It's at +100, so you get an even return.
And do you have a cool game that you're going to watch this weekend?
I don't know if I'm going to get around to watching it, but I saw Mets-Phillies was on the docket tonight at 7:05 Eastern time. It's a good pitching matchup between Senga and Walker.
I don't know. I don't have the time in front of me, but something you might want to check out.
It's 7:05 Eastern.
Cubs and Cardinals are in England this weekend.
Mm.
Well, the last time they played out over in England, over the pond, it was pre-pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
It was Yankees-Red Sox. It was an absolute scoring fest. It's got something to do with the elevation of where the stadium is or whatnot.
Okay.
Cubs-Cardinals, I would say it's probably going to be on national TV.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I'd say the Saturday game is definitely going to be on Fox.
Yeah.
So Cubs-Cardinals to me is the cool game of the weekend. They won't play tonight. They won't play Monday because they give them time to go over the pond. But Cubs-Cardinals 2-game set in England. And by the way, they did name the series for next year in mid-June. It's going to be Mets-Phillies.
Oh, it's going to be a good one.
I don't know. That is a very good question as far as what is the Sunday night game, because I just assumed it was Mets-Phillies, and I heard it got flexed out of there. See, Sunday night baseball this week. Astros-Dodgers. The Trash Can Bowl. All right, brother. Well, we will see you next time. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to get set for Braves versus Reds. 6:40 first pitch. Keep it locked in here on 99.1 FM WQEE and Braves Country. Armchair Quarterback Radio, your home for the SEC.
Back third down on the 8. In trouble. Got a block behind him. Going to throw on a run. Complete to the 25. To the 30. Lindsey's got 35, 41. Lindsey, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Lindsey stop. Lindsey stop. Lindsey stop. SEC.
Armchair.
Dixie Handle Company, 5 generations of the Strickland family have produced quality hardwood farm and garden tools, wooden shutters, and custom furniture. This small business has been owned and operated since 1992 and ships to customers across the world. If you're looking for the highest quality tool handles, Dixie Handle Company is your place. Every item is hand-picked to your specifications. If it's made of wood, they do it. Call now, 931-722-3395. That's 931-722-3395. Or go online to dixiehandle.com. The Dixie Handle Company. Welcome to Craftsmanship, a proud sponsor of Braves Country Baseball.
Coach, how do you feel about your past season?
Well, it's been a very rewarding season for us. It's one that I would not have been able to lay my job on the line saying we were going to win 9 ball games. I couldn't have done it before the year. And it's been we were hoping definitely to have a winning season, for the first time in a long time. And it's just been an excellent season as far as the way things turned out are concerned.
Well, can you say how you brought a losing Florida State team around to be a winning one?
No, I can't. Number one, we've got some real fine assistant coaches that I think know what they're doing, and they work very hard at football, spend a lot of time on it. And even more important than that is the attitude of our players who knew what they wanted to accomplish and had confidence that they could do it and were willing to work.
Armchair.
Make sure to listen to the Armchair Quarterbacks. Prime time, drive time. The Armchair Quarterback's good enough for us down here in the bayou. Go Old Tigers and the Armchair Quarterback.
Hey, what's happening, Norm?
It's a dog-eat-dog world, Sammy, and I'm wearing milk-bone underwear.
What's shaking, Mr. Peterson?
What is it?
What are you up to, Norm?
My ideal weight if I were 11 feet tall.
You're in Braves country.
All right, let's get you ready for Braves, Reds, as the Atlanta Braves are heading into a series about to face a Reds team that's won 11 in a row. The Braves have won 8 in a row in their own right. So the two hottest teams in Major League Baseball. You did have the Giants there that won 10 in a row, but they got dumped yesterday. The wheels fell off that winning streak. Hopefully that doesn't happen tonight for the Braves. But you basically have two runaway freight trains about to collide into each other, and we'll see which one is going to flinch. And looking at tonight's action, looking at the lineups, it's going to be pull the lineup for everybody. It's going to be the pretty much the same for the Atlanta Braves. A couple of differences, but it's pretty much the same. You've got Acuna, Albies, Riley, and Olsen. Olsen moving up to the number 4 spot. That's the biggest difference. And look, I've been wanting to see that. I really like that so much better because I like seeing the right, left, right, left, right. Now, the part that doesn't make sense is that right after that, Ozuna sitting at 5th. Eddie Rosario's been playing out of his mind. Why is he not batting 6th? And then you put d'Arnaud at 7th. But they went with what they went with. So it's going to be Riley at 3rd and then Olsen batting cleanup, Ozuna in the DH spot. So the first 5 batters through the lineup is right, left, right, left, right. Then d'Arnaud will come in. He's behind home plate still. They're hoping that Murphy may be back. And I mentioned this a couple of days ago, but I think the best bet for him to actually get on the field would be tomorrow. Maybe Sunday. They might want to wait an extra day. Chadwick Tromp could be in play for tomorrow's game. I doubt they put d'Arnaud back-to-back games in a night-day situation. He definitely won't play all 3 games. So it'll either be Chadwick Tromp or Murphy. Now they say that Murphy says he feels fine. He feels great. He's ready to go. We saw him pinch hit yesterday. And that's the positive part of it. But the non-positive part of it is we're going to go into this situation and we're going to have to, if Murphy can't play this weekend and then they have to put him on the IL, they can't backlog it. Now they could backlog it since he came into bat yesterday. They could backlog it to today. But once again, you have 3 days. Then you're really dragging it out. They asked Brian Snicker about, are you a little nervous about going into a game where if a guy gets banged up, you don't really have a backup plan because they don't want to send Tromp down until Murphy is ready to roll. And he basically said that he believes that they'll be able to get through the end of whatever game if there is an issue. They did have Eddie Rosario, by the way, take grounders at second and at third base, because if something were to happen to RC and he got banged up, Riley would slide over to short. They're going to try to put Rosario down at third. Now, Chadwick Tromp has played third as well, so that's also somewhat of an option, but that would essentially be the play on that. So he could play second. Rosario, he could play second. He could play third. We went through these scenarios the other day, but Riley would be your shortstop and first base. We've got like 3 guys that could play first. But hopefully none of that happens and Murphy gets back. And when Murphy gets back, that'll be the interesting thing, is who do they bring up? Because they're not going to carry 3 catchers, I wouldn't think. I think they'd rather continue Chadwick Tromp to develop down on the farm than to have him just sitting there not getting any at bats. And he's not taking at bats away from a healthy Murphy and a healthy Darno at this stage. So that's where we look at going into tonight's game. And then when you look on the other side of it, and I suspect that we're going to get some runs against Weaver. I really do. And the question will be, can Shawver go out there and continue to pitch as well as he's pitched? So, with all that being said, going into tonight's game, the Reds will put the bat on the ball. We saw this in the first series against the Reds. They are pesky. They don't have a lot of swing and miss. What I am interested to see, this kid De La Cruz, they're calling the Unicorn, phenomenal athlete. Now, I was under the impression he was a shortstop, and because he came up as a shortstop, but they have him listed at third base tonight. So that's an interesting develop. Now, McLean, I do know that they're big on the McLean kid, so they got him at short. So I guess De La Cruz is getting his tries at third base right now. By the way, he's batting .321, 2 homers and 6 RBI. And he's only been up a couple of weeks. So this kid, De La Cruz, is a phenomenal athlete. He's very much like the O'Neal Cruz kid from Pittsburgh. Tall kid, lanky kid, a lot of power. And if he's hit a couple of balls already that have been scalding off the bat. Joey Votto is back for the Reds. The Reds are a pesky team. They're scoring a lot of runs, and they've gotten some good starting pitching in this 11-game winning streak. They're sitting atop of their division. And when we saw them the first time, we swept the Reds, but every single one of those games were close. 1- and 2-run games. So this is not the Reds of last year. This is not the Reds of 2 years ago. Remember, the Reds aren't that far removed from the playoffs. Atlanta played them in the playoffs in 2020. But this is a whole new team, a team that you can tell they're going to be good going forward. Did they make the playoffs this year? Probably not. They probably don't have the pitching depth, and they're going to continue to roll their kids out there. But this should be a fun series. If you love baseball, this should be a fun series to watch. There should be some offense on both sides, and 2 young teams, one a little more seasoned than the other, obviously, but 2 young teams are going to be going head to head. And you've got Steer and India both have double-digit home runs. Now, they're not a team that's going to rip the cover off the ball. Now, Joey Votto is back, and he gives them a little more oomph in the lineup. But all in all, this is a team that if you leave the ball over the plate, They are more of a team that will go out there and run. They've got in tonight's lineup alone, only 2 guys in the entire lineup don't have a stolen base. Votto, who's only had 9 at bats, and the designated hitter / catcher tonight, Stevenson. Everyone else has a stolen base. India's got 12. Fraley's got 12. I remember when we watched the first series between the Braves and Reds, the Reds will send runners, and with d'Arnaud behind the plate, they're going to go out and try to put some pressure on d'Arnaud. So as long as the Braves can go out there and keep the runs down, they should be able to score runs on this Cincinnati Reds ball club. And they should be able to win this series. But when you're looking at what you're for the entire series, for the entire weekend, tomorrow at Schuster versus Ashcraft, I do believe that the Braves have the upper hand in that one. We talked about this earlier in today's show, but tomorrow it's Schuster versus Ashcraft. Sunday, it's Morton versus Lively. That's a toss-up. They are the home team. So tonight's game could very well be the rubber match, because the Braves have a decided advantage offensively over the Reds. And I think tonight, as far as stuff, the SSAJ's got a lot better stuff than Luke Weaver. But you never know how a rookie's going to respond. We've yet to see the growing pains that comes with every single youngster. Even Spencer Strider. We saw it with Spencer Strider this year. As dominant as his stuff is, Strider went out there and spit the bit a couple of times in a row. So when we go into tonight's game, that's the biggest wild card for me, is does Shawver show up? I would think the Braves would be pretty well rested. The game ended around 4 or 5 o'clock. They got into Cincinnati early evening yesterday. They should have gotten a good evening's rest, ready to roll. It is a little bit of an early start, but it's nothing crazy. 6:40 first pitch, so it's nothing crazy. And it should be a high scoring series, especially in the Great America Small Park, as they call it. The dimensions there. It's not just the ball just flies out of that building. And my pick to click tonight, I'm going to go with Matt Olson. Matt Olson against Weaver. I'm just envisioning a hanger. I mean, just a hanger that he implodes out of the building. You look at Cincinnati's stolen bases, you look at Atlanta's, it's really kind of funny, because they have almost the exact same amount of stolen bases in the lineups tonight, but we get all of ours from Ronald Acuna Jr. He's got 32. Harris does have 8. Outside of that, you got Albies with 3. I'm a little surprised Ozzie Albies doesn't have more stolen bases. Not just this year, but in his career. He's got speed. And then you got the Olsen and Riley steals, but anybody that watched those games, those were goofy steals. Orlando Arcia stole third because the defense absolutely fell asleep. So we basically have 2 stolen base threats in our entire lineup. The Reds will run. Friedel, even McLean's got some get up and go. India, we know Jonathan India will move the ball. I mean, will move on the base paths. Fraley and India both have a dozen stolen bases. And this De La Cruz, the unicorn as they call him, he's got 6. He's only been up a few weeks. So this, I mean, and if Murphy isn't back tomorrow, if Sean Murphy isn't back tomorrow, I've got some real concern that he could be headed to the IL, because that's the spot you would put him in. you would say, hey, we're going to give Darno the day off. We're going to put you behind the plate. If you feel anything, if anything feels funky, you're coming out. But we want to put you in there. If they don't put him in tomorrow, a day game after a night game, I've got some concern. I figure he'll be in the lineup tomorrow, assuming everything continues to go, which everything's trending the right direction. And they'll give him Sunday off. And remember, we don't have a day off on Monday. We go straight back into it. It's Twins 3-game series against another division leader. And I would think Murphy would play Saturday, be off Sunday, and then be ready to get back in that lineup on Monday. Because the way that series lines up, and we're going to bring you all 3 of those games, that series lines up. It's a night game on Monday, a night game on Tuesday, and then an early game on Wednesday. I think 12:20 is the first pitch on Wednesday. But if Murphy doesn't get in the lineup by tomorrow, it's going to be a rough one. And I do like Eddie's chances to click tonight, but I tend to pick the guys that are a little higher up in the lineup because they're going to get more at bats. I would think Harris would have a good game, but you don't know how many times they're going to get to see Weaver. Olsen should see Weaver twice, if not 3 times. And that's why I'm going with Olsen to hit one out. I think he would have gotten a second home run in that series if we would have played 3 against Philly. I don't know if y'all heard the Philly reaction to that 10th inning, but it was classic. The Philadelphia Phillies radio broadcast team, they were ready to jump out of the booth. And I still can't believe that they did not give Schwarber an error on that game, on that play. The ball came out of his glove. It hit him in the glove. And it wasn't like it barely skipped his glove as he was diving for. That was an easy out in Major League Baseball. That tells you the standards they have for Kyle Schwarber's defense in Philadelphia when they said that was not an error. That was absolutely an error. It's not even close. You can't be a Major League Baseball outfielder and the ball hit to you, and though he was on the run, it was a steady jog. It wasn't like he was on a full ball, and the ball hits you in the glove and pops out. Dude. And you can make the argument that lost them the game. Braves were up by 1, but that would have ended the inning. As soon as that ball pops out, 2 runs scored. Then, of course, right after that, Ozuna hits the 2-run home run. But you went from going into the bottom half of the 10th down a run to down 5 runs. And we all saw how that played out. I'm getting a little concerned about the fact, too, that when you put Iglesias in the game, man, he's doing too much of this Kenley Jansen stuff where there's always ducks all over the pond. If he gets the save, it's a nail biter. He's only had a couple of clean saves this year. And I don't know if it's him still trying to work back from that injury, but it's concerning. I would assume that we're going to go out there and make some moves at the deadline to bring in some arms for the bullpen. But are they going to be elite arms? Because typically that's not what Anthopoulos does. He went out and got Iglesias last year, but that's because Smith was an absolute disaster. He's typically not going to go out and get the cream of the crop. He's going to try to gel it together with guys that are 6th and 7th inning guys elsewhere. Because Anthopoulos hates giving up any of his big-time prospects. And I get it. you want to have those prospects for when you really want to make a mega deal. I get that part, but it's concerning as a Braves fan when you're watching this and we're World Series or bust this year. Anything less than a World Series is going to be a disappointment in Braves country. The team's too good. It's, in fact, right now in Vegas, they are the favorite to win the World Series. You're not winning the World Series if you don't have the ability to slam the door shut in the ninth inning. As bad as Will Smith was all around that World Series, before October, the following year, man, in October of 2021, Will Smith was on it. That entire bullpen was on it. AJ Minter starting to really hit his stride, which I knew he would. AJ Minter's always starts slow. It's just what he does. But you got AJ Minter. Nick Anderson, to me, is a seventh inning guy. He's not really a great setup guy. He doesn't have the explosive stuff that he had back in 2019 when he was with Tampa. Father Time's undefeated, right? He went through some injuries. He's still good. Still love having Nick Anderson in the bullpen, but we need a secondary right-handed guy that can go out there. And it may end up being Shawver, because they're not going to have Shawver pitch 150 innings this year. There's not. So it could be Shawver. Soroka, by the way, if you missed the news on that, he almost pitched a complete game no-hitter. That was a 7-inning game, but still, he went 6 2/3 before he gave up a hit. Struck out, I think, 9. AAA, okay. That's great. He was pitching great, but the thing is, sometimes a guy's stuff isn't quite to where it should be to be able to dominate at the major league level. Because what we saw a couple of weeks ago of Soroka, man, he was getting tattooed. I want to see at least 3 more of those starts down on the farm where he's dealing before they even attempt. I mean, right now, barring an injury, whose slot is he taking? I'm not benching Schuster. I'm not benching Shawver, not from what we've seen so far. Now, if one of them goes out and has back-to-back bad outings, sure, maybe you'll send them down. But all in all, go ahead and give me the Braves to win tonight. I think it's going to be a high-scoring game. Let me get it. See, the over-under is 11. So let's say it just gets past that. Give me the Braves in a 8-4 victory over Cincinnati. Olsen goes deep. Olsen gets 2 hits and knocks one out of the park. All right. Let's go ahead and get you the lock of the day, and then we'll get you set up here as we are heading towards the finish line here, but we'll be right back at it. And first pitch is coming in 6:40 Eastern. If you missed any of this, you can catch the pregame show here right before first pitch. We'll have the pregame show right here. All right, tonight in the lock of the day, been going back and forth on this. I think I'm going to go ahead and go with the over-under in Mets Phillies is 9. Senga versus Taijuan Walker. I think these two teams are going to tattoo each other. Give me the over in Mets versus Phillies. My walk-off is catch his first pitch. We'll be back in just very shortly. Also, stay tuned for the Snow Show. And tonight on 99.1 FM, make sure to catch the Chatahoots 6:50 pregame show, 7:05 first pitch. Make sure to give a hoot, right? Come on, give a hoot. Y'all have a good weekend for those of y'all on 99.1 FM and those on Braves Country HD here on YouTube. We're getting ready for first pitch. Of course, we're doing a game tomorrow as well. So come on over to YouTube. All right, y'all have a great evening, TGI Friday, all that stuff. Drink one for me because we're going to get ready for Braves versus Reds. 8-game winning streak, 11-game winning streak. Who saw that coming? 19 wins in a row coming into this game. A real showdown. We'll see you in a bit.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks on 99.1 FM WQEE, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country comes your way weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Please follow, like, and subscribe today. Armchair Quarterback Radio, your first choice for Southern sports.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5. Who grew spikes, not corn. With Braves Country. We'll be right here on The Key all year long, giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on The Key. We go live 3 to 5. And we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on The Key. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who is right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Though somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
All my cokes.
Do you have any idea how important Really? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair. YouTube Live.
Radio station.
The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio. We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
You're listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. I'm Mac Magee, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. I think we've already seen what is going to be the fallout of the McAfee show going to ESPN. They ain't got no money left. They're showing paddleball on TV.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? I'm not 100% sure if it's because of some kind of licensing, but they're calling it paddleball on ESPN2, but it's pickleball. They've got pickleball on TV, and oh my God, I couldn't get to the remote fast enough. The dullest crap you've ever seen in your life. Makes me want to binge watch the WNBA. How the hell are y'all, everybody? The Atlanta Braves are heading into Cincinnati, and man, oh man alive. The Reds, how about them? Break up the Reds, right? They are on an 11-game winning streak, and this is going to be a good test for the Braves as they go in there on our own 8-game winning streak. And this ought to be a fun test when you look at the fact that the Atlanta Braves are going to go in there. First of all, tonight's game, let's get into that real quick. The lineups are out, by the way, and we'll get more into the lineups here in a little bit. But tonight's game, you got A.J. Smith-Shawver going to the Hill, and he is going to be taking on Luke Weaver. If you're not familiar with Weaver, kind of a journeyman type. This year, he's got, a 6.47 ERA. So he's not someone who's going to go in there, pitch lights out. He gives up more hits than innings pitched. He's a guy that was drafted originally by the Cardinals and went to the Arizona Diamondbacks, and then it's kind of bounced around. He found his way back into the majors in Cincinnati. He was a former number 1 pick by the Cardinals out of Florida State, so they had high hopes for him. But when he was drafted several years ago, the game has changed already. Just off of what the game has changed since he's been drafted. You would have never drafted him in the first round in today's Major League Baseball. Now, he's only been in the league handful of years, but when he was drafted, I would say it's close to 10 years ago now. What you don't have now is what he does not have is what you expect now out of your top draft picks, which is a high-end fastball. His fastball will hit low 90s, mid 90s, but it's nothing that's going to blow you away. He is always, from what I've seen of his career, he has always struggled with, first of all, he doesn't have wipeout kind of stuff. And then the other thing is he's always struggled with location on his breaking pitches. And if he hangs one, it's batting practice. So hopefully the Atlanta Braves can get to him. Before we dive into that, I do want to go into the series itself, because that series, it's a 3-game series. And when you go in, by the way, tonight's game is 6:40. So it's not it's a little earlier than normal. Of course, the Braves have been on that kind of cycle since they went to Philadelphia. But if you look at the way the game unfolds, or the weekend unfolds, they play at 6:40 tonight, then they turn around and play at 4 o'clock, and then I believe it's 1:30. I'll double check that here in 1 second. 1:40 on Sunday. Okay. So what you're looking at is a series that, if you're not playing well out the chute and you come in kind of sluggish, it can jump on you in a hurry. And these weekend series do that, because I've seen this more and more this year than in years past. You've got the night game on Friday night, which has been pretty normal. But then after that, most teams nowadays are playing the 4 o'clock game on Saturday. You'll have a few night games because the mothership Fox wants all eyes on them on Saturday night, right? And for good reason. You put that kind of money out there, that's what you want. So the 4 o'clock game is either your local feed or FS1 will pick it up. Sometimes I think there's a couple of 1 o'clock games tomorrow, but those are rare. Those are really rare. And then your Sunday game, obviously, quick turnaround on that because they want everybody out of the way for the Sunday night ESPN game. So you have to manage a couple of things. Teams have to manage how they're going to do their catcher position because you're going to have a night game, a day game, and then realistically, it's another later start followed by a day game. You have to look at that. You also have to look at the fact that if you used a guy the night before in the bullpen, how fresh is he the next day? Let's say he pitched, we'll say 9:30 tonight. Can you turn around and use him, depending on what you've used him in the past few days? Can you turn around and use him again less than 24 hours? Or are you going to have to wait and use him on the Sunday game? And, of course, obviously, if they pitch on Saturday, are you going to be able to turn around and use the guy on the Sunday game? So usually what happens with these teams, you'll see them try not to use the same pitchers on Friday and Saturday. And the guys that use on Friday, assuming everything goes well, they're going to try to shift them to Sunday. And the guys that use on Saturday, they're going to try not to use on Sunday. So I've always thought that major league managers, more than anything else, and yes, they have to control the entire locker room. No more do they ever even come close to setting their lineups. Their lineups are, most teams, their lineups are set by the analytic guys. Is what it is. They come in with the numbers and they say this guy needs to bat in this order against this pitcher, whether it's because he's a right-hander, whether it's because he's a left-hander, whether it's because so-and-so hits well against that player, against that pitcher, right? And so all of that comes into play. You saw it during the Philadelphia series, did we not? Because Marcell Ozuna was put in the number 4 slot. He hasn't been in the number 4 slot all year long. It was because he hit Aaron Nola really well his entire career. His entire career, he's hitting Aaron Nola. So that's what you have. And then, of course, tonight, Ozuna is back to the 5th spot. And this is all analytically driven. So these guys, man, you're not going to get the same thing when it comes to a manager. Their main objective, honestly, is managing that bullpen over 162 game season. That's what the Brian Snickers of the world realistically get paid for their experience to handle a bullpen. Yeah, you want to have a locker room presence. You want to have a presence where the guys feel at ease. You get the most out of them. A lot of guys have different ways of going about it, but no matter how you look at it, the manager has to get the most out of their guys. But with all that being said, you at the same time have got to go out there and manage that bullpen. And when you manage the bullpen, you have to make sure that when you're managing that bullpen, that you're getting that you got the big picture in mind, right? Because the big picture in mind would be obviously to make sure that you don't wear a guy out, you don't lose a game, you don't worry so much about winning a game. A team like the Atlanta Braves are sitting there at 48-26. We're on an 8-game winning streak. Are they going to go all in tonight and make sure they get the W? I don't know that they will. I really don't. They're going to go in with Shawver on the mound. The Braves are a heavy favorite too, by the way, which is a little strange to be on the road facing a team with an 11-game win streak, and you've got a rookie pitcher. That tells you what they think of Luke Weaver. If it gives you any indication right there, that tells you what they think of Luke Weaver. But this is what it looks like for the time being going into tonight. You've got the Braves will face Luke Weaver tonight. We're going to have Shawver on the mound, obviously. And then tomorrow, because of the juggling act that we did, which came about because of the rain out, you'll have tomorrow's a 4:10 first pitch, and we'll have that game as well, but it's going to be Schuster and Ashcraft. Ashcraft, man, I looked at his numbers. He's 3-5 of the 6, 7, 8. Now, he's always pitched well against us, but in the past, he's had better seasons. He has been awful this year. 3-5 of the 6, 7, 8. And all of these different shows that I pay attention to that talk Major League Baseball that I listen to in the morning and whatnot, some of them are betting shows and whatnot. Basically, every time Ashcraft's on the mound, they're telling you to bang the over. So the Braves ought to be able to put some runs up on there. And Schuster's 4-2 of the 4.57. And though that 4.57 sounds terrible, remember, he's got off to a bad start. He's dropped that. His last start was the ERA was well north of 5. So he is slowly bringing that ERA down. And I have a lot of confidence in Schuster. I think we've got the upper edge tomorrow. Tonight, I think it's kind of a coin toss, mainly just because we've got a rookie on the mound who's looked really good. I love everything the Shawver brings to the table, but you don't know what it's going to be. I think it helps him. Not that he get the extra day of rest, the fact that he didn't have to pitch in front of Philadelphia's fans. That would have been his first really big road test. Cincinnati's is a good baseball town, don't get me wrong, but they're not as rowdy and as raucous as a Philadelphia fan base would be. Now, would a day game have been that big a deal? Probably not. Day game in June, I don't think the nerves would have got to him. But I hope that he goes out and has a really good. Well, I did not know that I was muted. So, how about that? So hopefully everyone can hear me now. I don't know what happened there. It's got to do something with the. All right. Well, I don't know how much anybody listened, so let's start this thing over. God almighty. Let's go ahead and start this whole thing. You're listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. I'm Mac Magee, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. Evidently, the audio crapped the bed, so there's that. And I didn't get any kind of indication until just a second ago. Thanks, Underwater.
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man. Yeah, the armchair.
Yeah, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? I'm not sure what happened, but we are back with the audio. Didn't do anything different than I've done in many shows past, but for whatever reason, the audio got muted. So I do apologize for anyone that might have been tuning in and might have been like, what the hell is this guy doing? So real quick, we'll go ahead and jump back into it. Bobby is on the way, but we'll reset and we'll do all the Brave stuff here in a minute. But the short of it is going to get into the Braves Red series real quick. And then we'll reconvene with tonight's game in the second hour. Bobby's going to come on and we're going to talk a couple of different sports. So let me go ahead and set the stage here. All right, Atlanta Braves tonight versus the Cincinnati Reds, and the Cincinnati Reds are coming in an 11-game winning streak. They are going to be sending Luke Weaver to the mound. And Luke Weaver, look, he gets hit hard. He gives up more hits than innings pitched. He's got a 6.47 ERA. He's 1-2. He's a journeyman type. Shawver's got much better stuff. When Weaver first came on and was drafted out of he played college ball at Florida State, was drafted by the Cardinals. Then he bounced over to Arizona. He's in Cincinnati now. I think he might have had another stop on the way. But the point is, he's always kind of struggled, but he's an innings eater. He's a guy that teams will put out there to just try to eat some innings up and go out there and get you 5, maybe 6. But he's not a guy that they expect to shut down. Every once in a while, he goes out and has a good outing. His stuff normally struggles with basically control. He doesn't have a blow you away type of pitch. He just doesn't. That's not really his game. And so with all that being said, he is going to be coming into tonight's game trying to hold on to that 11-game winning streak against the Atlanta Braves, who should be able to put some runs on the board and back up the youngster in their own right of A.J. Smith-Shawver, who I thought had looked really, really good over the last couple of outings. He's 1-0 with the 203, but if you look past that, it's just the fact that his fastball has gotten more velocity, better control than we saw on his first time out. And we just hope he continues to build. He's going to have a bump or two in the road. 1-0 with the 203, newsflash, it won't stay that way. You know, the other thing about Shawver is how many innings are they going to use him for starting pitching? They hope to get their other guys back and get them back quick. And I mean quick. Because Shawver being a youngster, 20-year-old youngster, they're not going to go into the end of the season expecting Shawver to be on the mound. They worry about these young kids' arms. That it didn't used to be a thing. It's a thing now. If you're an old seam head like me and it drives you nuts or whatever, you just got to get over it. It is what it is at this point. So I can't imagine they want to see him throw more than about 80, maybe 100 innings this year. So at some point this year, Shawver is going to be regulated to the bullpen. And they may just shut him down altogether. I don't know how they're going to manage that. But tonight we get to see him start. Looking forward to that. You look at the next game, game 2 in this series is Schuster versus Ashcraft, and Ashcraft 3-5 of the 6, 7, 8. Last year, he actually looked pretty good. There were times Ashcraft went out there and was one of the better starting pitchers in the National League for 6 to 8 games. Somewhere in that neighborhood. He fell off towards the end, and this year he just hasn't gotten it together. Schuster has looked better and better every time out. I've said this before, but his placement of his pitches and being a lefty reminds me so much of Tom Glavine. I'm not saying he's the next Tom Glavine. Don't lose your mind on me. I'm saying that he has his delivery and the way he likes to work east and west the way Tom Glavine always did, and a left-hander. Is more crafty than you would say going to go right after you. Schuster reminds me of him a lot, and I hope Schuster stays in the lineup for a while because I'm telling you right now, those are becoming some of my favorite games to watch. I know that may sound strange. Dude, we got Strider. We got Morton. We got this. We got that. We got Fried coming back. I like watching Schuster pitch. I like watching Shawver pitch as well, for that matter. But Schuster, I like the guys that are crafty because they don't have the mid to high 90s fastball. They've got to be more precise, and there's more of a mental game. Last time Shawver was out, and we'll talk more about this tomorrow in the pregame show. The last time Schuster was out, He did a masterful job of going in and out with his fastball. East and west, jamming him, going away, jamming him, going away. Has that tailing fastball, and then he would pull the string on it on the outside, and you're out on your front foot, and you have no shot. So that's the matchup tomorrow. I say advantage Atlanta. Tonight, it's a coin toss, but I would say I would lean Atlanta. And then Sunday, it's Charlie Morton versus Ben Lively. That's a true toss-up because Ben Lively's actually looked pretty good. Now, he's a youngster. He could go out there and have a bad game. And we know Charlie Morton has been frustrating. He has looked phenomenal at times, and at times he's looked like a 39-year-old right-hander that is out there trying to just grind through an outing. So tonight is a pretty big game in itself because it very well could be the rubber match. I do believe that we're going to get to Ashcraft tomorrow. Lively's going to be interesting, and we know how bad the Braves play, especially on the road in day games. They tend to not get a lot of run support. So what kind of run support is Charlie Morton going to get on Sunday? So tonight, Shawver versus Weaver. It's a big game. And Atlanta is minus 155 on the money line. The over-under is 11. When the over-under is 11, and granted it's because of the Great American Small Park, but the over-under is 11. That just tells you they're expecting some runs scored tonight. I mean, that's a high score. Typically, your over-under, if it's a pitcher's duel, it's 7.5. But an average game is somewhere between 8 and 9 on the over-under. So they're expecting some runs to be scored, as am I. All right, let's go ahead and take a quick break. And when we come back, we are going to get back into Braves Reds. Just want to go ahead and put a pin in it right now, but we're going to get into Braves Reds. The lineups are out, and we're going to get into all of that here in just a bit. Keep it locked in here on the key, WQEE 99.1 FM and Braves Country HD. This is assuming everybody can hear me. We'll be back in a flash. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
You're in Braves Country.
All right, let's get you ready for Braves Reds as the Atlanta Braves are heading into a series about to face a Reds team that's won 11 in a row. The Braves have won 8 in a row in their own right. So the 2 hottest teams in Major League Baseball. You did have the Giants there that won 10 in a row, but they got dumped yesterday. The wheels fell off that winning streak. Hopefully that doesn't happen tonight for the Braves. But you basically have 2 runaway freight trains about to collide into each other, and we'll see which one is going to flinch. And looking at tonight's action, looking at the lineups, it's going to be – pull the lineup for everybody. It's going to be pretty much the same for the Atlanta Braves. A couple of differences, but it's pretty much the same. You've got Acuna, Albies, Riley, and Olsen. Olsen moving up to the number 4 spot. That's the biggest difference. And look, I've been wanting to see that. I really like that so much better because I like seeing the right, left, right. Now, the part that doesn't make sense is that right after that, Ozuna sitting at 5th. Eddie Rosario's been playing out of his mind. Why is he not batting 6th? And then you put d'Arnaud at 7th. But they went with what they went with. So it's going to be Riley at 3rd and then Olsen batting cleanup, Ozuna in the DH spot. So the first 5 batters through the lineup is right, left, right. Then d'Arnaud will come in. He's behind home plate still. They're hoping that Murphy may be back. And I mentioned this a couple of days ago, but I think the best bet for him to actually get on the field would be tomorrow. Maybe Sunday. They might want to wait an extra day. Chadwick Tromp could be in play for tomorrow's game. I doubt they put d'Arnaud back-to-back games in a night-day situation. He definitely won't play all 3 games. So it'll either be Chadwick Tromp or Murphy. Now they say that Murphy says he feels fine, he feels great, he's ready to go. We saw him pinch hit yesterday, and that's the positive part of it. But the non-positive part of it is we're going to go into this situation and we're going to have to, if Murphy can't play this weekend and then they have to put him on the IL, they can't backlog it. Now they could backlog it since he came into bat yesterday. They could backlog it to today. Once again, you have 3 days. Then you're really dragging it out. They asked Brian Snicker about, are you a little nervous about going into a game where if a guy gets banged up, you don't really have a backup plan because they don't want to send Tromp down until Murphy is ready to roll. And he basically said that he believes that they'll be able to get through the end of whatever game if there is an issue. They did have Eddie Rosario, by the way, take grounders at 2nd and at 3rd base because if something were to happen to Arce and he got banged up, Riley would slide over to short. They're going to try to put Rosario down at 3rd. Now, Chadwick Tromp has played 3rd as well, so that's also somewhat of an option, but that would essentially be the play on that. So he could play 2nd. Rosario, he could play 2nd. He could play 3rd. We went through these scenarios the other day, but Riley would be your shortstop and first base. We've got like 3 guys that could play first. But hopefully none of that happens and Murphy gets back. And when Murphy gets back, that'll be the interesting thing is who do they bring up? Because they're not going to carry 3 catchers, I wouldn't think. I think they'd rather continue Chadwick Tromp to develop down on the farm than to have him just sitting there not getting any at-bats. And he's not taking at-bats away from a healthy Murphy and a healthy d'Arnaud at this stage. So that's where we look at going into tonight's game. And then when you look on the other side of it, and I suspect that we're going to get some runs against Weaver. I really do. And the question will be, can Shawver go out there and continue to pitch as well as he's pitched? So with all that being said, going into tonight's game, the Reds will put the bat on the ball. We saw this in the first series against the Reds. They are pesky. They don't have a lot of swing and miss. What I am interested to see, this kid De La Cruz, they're calling the Unicorn. Phenomenal athlete. Now, I was under the impression he was a shortstop, and because he came up as a shortstop, but they have him listed at third base tonight. So that's an interesting develop. Now, McLean, I do know that they're big on the McLean kid, so they got him at short. So I guess De La Cruz is getting his tries at third base right now. By the way, he's batting .321, 2 homers and 6 RBI. And he's only been up a couple of weeks. So this kid, De La Cruz, is a phenomenal athlete. He's very much like the O'Neal Cruz kid from Pittsburgh. Tall kid, lanky kid, a lot of power. And if he's hit a couple of balls already that have been scalding off the bat. Joey Votto is back for the Reds. The Reds are a pesky team. They're scoring a lot of runs, and they've gotten some good starting pitching in this 11-game winning streak. They're sitting atop of their division. And when we saw them the first time, we swept the Reds, but every single one of those games were close. 1- and 2-run games. So this is not the Reds of last year. This is not the Reds of 2 years ago. Remember, the Reds aren't that far removed from the playoffs. Atlanta played them in the playoffs in 2020. But this is a whole new team, a team that you can tell they're going to be good going forward. Did they make the playoffs this year? Probably not. They probably don't have the pitching depth, and they're going to continue to roll their kids out there. But this should be a fun series. If you love baseball, this should be a fun series to watch. There should be some offense on both sides, and 2 young teams, one a little more seasoned than the other, obviously, but 2 young teams are going to be going head to head. And you've got Steer and India both have double-digit home runs. Now, they're not a team that's going to rip the cover off the ball. Now, Joey Votto's back, and he gives them a little more oomph in the lineup. But all in all, this is a team that if you leave the ball over the plate, they are more of a team that will go out there and run. They've got what? They've got in tonight's lineup alone, only 2 guys in the entire lineup don't have a stolen base. Votto, who's only had 9 at-bats, and the designated hitter / catcher tonight, Stevenson. Everyone else has a stolen base. India's got 12. Fraley's got 12. I remember when we watched the first series between the Braves and Reds, the Reds will send runners, and with d'Arnaud behind the plate, they're going to go out and try to put some pressure on d'Arnaud. So as long as the Braves can go out there and keep the runs down, they should be able to score runs on this Cincinnati Reds ball club. And they should be able to win this series. But when you're looking at for the entire series, for the entire weekend, tomorrow at Schuster versus Ashcraft, I do believe that the Braves have the upper hand in that one. We talked about this earlier in today's show, but tomorrow it's Schuster versus Ashcraft. Sunday, it's Morton versus Lively. That's a toss-up. They are the home team. So tonight's game could very well be the rubber match, because the Braves have a decided advantage offensively over the Reds. And I think tonight, as far as stuff, the SSAJ's got a lot better stuff than Luke Weaver. But you never know how a rookie's going to respond. We've yet to see the growing pains that comes with every single youngster. Even Spencer Strider. We saw it with Spencer Strider this year. as dominant as his stuff is, Strider went out there and spit the bit a couple of times in a row. So when we go into tonight's game, that's the biggest wild card for me is does Shawver show up? I would think the Braves would be pretty well rested. The game ended around 4 or 5 o'clock. They got into Cincinnati early evening yesterday. They should have gotten a good evening's rest, ready to roll. It is a little bit of an early start, but it's nothing crazy. 6:40 first pitch, so it's nothing crazy. And it should be a high scoring series, especially in the Great America Small Park, as they call it. The dimensions there. It's not just the ball just flies out of that building. And my pick to click tonight, I'm going to go with Matt Olson. Matt Olson against Weaver. I'm just envisioning a hanger. I mean, just a hanger that he implodes out of the building. You look at Cincinnati's stolen bases, you look at Atlanta's, it's really kind of funny. Because they have almost the exact same amount of stolen bases in the lineups tonight, but we get all of ours from Ronald Acuna Jr. He's got 32. Harris does have 8. Outside of that, you got Albies with 3. I'm a little surprised Ozzie Albies doesn't have more stolen bases. Not just this year, but in his career. He's got speed. And then you got the Olsen and Riley steals, but anybody that watched those games, those were goofy steals. Orlando Arcia stole third because the defense absolutely fell asleep. So we basically have 2 stolen base threats in our entire lineup. The Reds will run. Friedel, even McLean's got some get up and go. India, we know Jonathan India will move the ball. I mean, will move on the base paths. Fraley and India both have a dozen stolen bases. And this De La Cruz, the unicorn as they call him, he's got 6. He's only been up a few weeks. So this, I mean, and if Murphy isn't back tomorrow, if Sean Murphy isn't back tomorrow, I've got some real concern that he could be headed to the IL. Because that's the spot you would put him in. You would say, hey, we're going to give Darno the day off. We're going to put you behind the plate. If you feel anything, if anything feels funky, you're coming out. But we want to put you in there. If they don't put him in tomorrow, a day game after a night game, I've got some concern. I figure he'll be in the lineup tomorrow, assuming everything continues to go, which everything's trending in the right direction. And they'll give him Sunday off. And remember, we don't have a day off on Monday. We go straight back into it. It's Twins 3-game series against another division leader. And I would think Murphy would play Saturday, be off Sunday, and then be ready to get back in that lineup on Monday. Because the way that series lines up, and we're going to bring you all 3 of those games, that series lines up. It's a night game on Monday, a night game on Tuesday, and then an early game on Wednesday. I think 12:20 is the first pitch on Wednesday. But if Murphy doesn't get in the lineup by tomorrow, it's going to be a rough one. And I do like Eddie's chances to click tonight, but I tend to pick the guys that are a little higher up in the lineup because they're going to get more at bats. I would think Harris would have a good game, but you don't know how many times they're going to get to see Weaver. Olsen should see Weaver twice, if not 3 times. And that's why I'm going with Olsen to hit one out. I think he would have gotten a second home run in that series if we would have played 3 against Philly. I don't know if y'all heard the Philly reaction to that 10th inning, but it was classic. The Philadelphia Phillies radio broadcast team, they were ready to jump out of the booth. And I still can't believe that they did not give Schwarber an error on that game, on that play. The ball came out of his glove. It hit him in the glove. And it wasn't like it barely skipped his glove as he was diving for it. That was an easy out in Major League Baseball. That tells you the standards they have for Kyle Schwarber's defense in Philadelphia when they said that was not an error. That was absolutely an error. It's not even close. You can't be a Major League Baseball outfielder and the ball hit to you, and though he was on the run, it was a steady jog. It wasn't like he was on a full ball, and the ball hits you in the glove and pops out. Dude. And you can make the argument that lost them the game. Braves were up by 1, but that would have ended the inning. As soon as that ball pops out, 2 runs scored. Then, of course, right after that, Ozuna hits the 2-run home run. But you went from going into the bottom half of the 10th down a run to down 5 runs. And we all saw how that played out. I'm getting a little concerned about the fact, too, that when you put Iglesias in the game, man, he's doing too much of this Kenley Jansen stuff where there's always ducks all over the pond. If he gets the save, it's a nail biter. He's only had a couple of clean saves this year. And I don't know if it's him still trying to work back from that injury, but it's concerning. I would assume that we're going to go out there and make some moves at the deadline to bring in some arms for the bullpen, but are they going to be elite arms? Because typically that's not what Anthopoulos does. He went out and got Iglesias last year, but that's because Smith was an absolute disaster. He's typically not going to go out and get the cream of the crop. He's going to try to gel it together with guys that are 6th and 7th inning guys elsewhere. Because Anthopoulos hates giving up any of his big-time prospects. And I get it. You want to have those prospects for when you really want to make a mega deal. I get that part. But it's concerning as a Braves fan when you're watching this we're World Series or bust this year. Anything less than a World Series is going to be a disappointment in Braves country. The team's too good. It's, in fact, right now in Vegas, they are the favorite to win the World Series. You're not winning the World Series if you don't have the ability to slam the door shut in the 9th inning. As bad as Will Smith was all around that World Series, before October, the following year, man, in October of 2021, Will Smith was on it. That entire bullpen was on it. AJ Minter starting to really hit his stride, which I knew he would. AJ Minter's always starts slow. It's just what he does. But you got AJ Minter. Nick Anderson, to me, is a 7th inning guy. He's not really a great setup guy. He doesn't have the explosive stuff that he had back in 2019 when he was with Tampa. Father Time's undefeated, right? He went through some injuries. He's still good. Still love having Nick Anderson in the bullpen, but we need a secondary right-handed guy that can go out there. And it may end up being Shawver, because they're not going to have Shawver pitch 150 innings this year. There's not. So it could be Shawver. Soroka, by the way, if you missed the news on that, he almost pitched a complete game no-hitter. That was a 7-inning game, but still, he went 6 2/3 before he gave up a hit. Struck out, I think, 9. AAA, okay. That's great. He was pitching great. But the thing is, sometimes a guy's stuff isn't quite to where it should be to be able to to dominate at the major league level. Because what we saw a couple of weeks ago of Soroka, man, he was getting tattooed. I want to see at least 3 more of those starts down on the farm where he's dealing before they even attempt. I mean, right now, barring an injury, whose slot is he taking? I'm not benching Schuster. I'm not benching Shawver, not from what we've seen so far. Now, if one of them goes out and has back-to-back bad outings, sure, maybe you'll send him down. But all in all, go ahead and give me the Braves to win tonight. I think it's going to be a high-scoring game. Let me get it. See, the over-under is 11. So let's say it just gets past that. Give me the Braves in a 8-4 victory over Cincinnati. Olsen goes deep. Olsen gets 2 hits and knocks one out of the park. All right. Let's go ahead and get you the lock of the day, and then we'll get you set up here as we'll be right back at it. And first pitch is 6:40 Eastern. All right, tonight in the lock of the day, I've been going back and forth on this. I think I'm going to go ahead and go with the over-under in Mets-Phillies is 9. Senga versus Taijuan Walker. I think these two teams are going to tattoo each other. Give me the over in Mets versus Phillies. First pitch on the way. Get your game face on, Braves country. God dog it, it's Friday night. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry,
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have, and the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch a ball, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive, let's see it. 1 run is in. Here comes Braves. He's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
you're in Braves country.
We're down to 1 strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first, and here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets because the star-spangled banner yet waves. O'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and the scene is Great American Small Park in Cincinnati, Ohio, where we're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off for the visiting Atlanta Braves. Playing right field, Ronald Acuna Jr., batting .324, 15 home runs, 46 RBI. He has 32 stolen bases on the season. Batting second, playing second, Ozzie Albies, 17 homers, 53 RBI, and a .267 clip. Austin Riley batting third, playing third, 12 home runs, 35 RBI, a stolen base, batting .259. Matt Olson comes in hitting .230 on the year with 1 stolen base, 52 RBI, and 21 stolen bases. Marcell Ozuna, the designated hitter, 14 home runs, 32 RBI, and a .241 average. Travis d'Arnaud is behind the plate, batting .252 with 4 homers and 14 RBI. Eddie Rosario playing left field, 13 home runs, 37 RBI, a stolen base, and a .269 average. Orlando Arcia comes in with a .333 average, 6 homers, 25 RBI, and a stolen base. And Michael Harris II, he'll be patrolling center field with 6 home runs, 21 RBI, 8 stolen bases, a .254 average. On the mound for your Atlanta Braves, the SSAJ, A.J. Smith-Shawver, 1-0, the .203 ERA, a .98 whip, 13 and a third inning, 9 hits, 11 strikeouts, 4 walks allowed, and 2 home runs given up. Luke Weaver comes in with a 1-2 record, 6.47 ERA, a 1.54 whip, 57 innings pitched, 71 hits allowed, 50 Ks, 17 walks, and 13 home runs given up. Coming to the plate in the bottom of the first inning for the hometown Cincinnati Red Stockings, Friedel is in center field. 4 home runs, 27 RBI, 8 stolen bases, .320 on the year. McLean is the shortstop with 3 homers, 15 RBI, 3 stolen bases, a .313 average. Jonathan India batting third, playing second, 10 homers, 39 RBI, 12 stolen bases, a .266 average. De La Cruz, nicknamed the Unicorn, will be playing third, 2 homers, 6 RBI, 6 stolen bases, a .321 average. Fraley is in right field with 9 homers and 44 RBI, 12 stolen bases, .270 average. Votto, Joey Votto, the future Hall of Famer, is back with 9 at-bats this year, 1 homer, 3 RBI, batting .222. Steer is in left field, 10 homers, 40 RBI, 7 stolen bases, a .273 average. And Stevenson is the designated hitter, 5 home runs, 32 RBI, batting .253. Mail is behind the plate with a .243 average, 3 homers, 11 RBI. He does have a stolen base. First pitch set for 6:40 Eastern here in Cincinnati, Ohio. Game time should be about 80 degrees with the temperatures dipping into the mid to high 70s. Braves come in favored -155 on the money line. The over-under is 11. Home plate umpire tonight, Chad Fairchild. First base, Nick Lentz. Second base umpire, Brooke Bio. And down the third base line is Jeremy Rehak. Friday night baseball edition of Braves Country Baseball. The Braves and Reds are about to embark on a 3-game series, both of them coming in on 8 and 11 game winning streaks. Cincinnati is 40-35 on the year, 20-18 at home. The Atlanta Braves 48-26, 24-11 on the road. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. Braves Reds, Friday night edition. Get your game face on Braves Country. First pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. is right there for a strike, and it's baseball time in Braves country. The 0-1 pitch on the way, just above the letters, 96 miles an hour. The 1-1 righty-righty matchup down below the knees. Fastball misses, and it's 2-1. Braves are wearing the road grays with the red lettering, red numerals, red tomahawk underneath Atlanta. The 2-1 pitch outside wide, 3-1. So a steady diet of fastballs so far from Luke Weaver. The Cincinnati Reds are wearing their City Connects, their black head to toe. The 3-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball is rifled foul and out of play. 3-2. Braves with their road unis, red lettering, red numerals, and Navy names on the back. The Reds City Connects are black head to toe with Cincy outlined in black and white and red. The 3-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball is fisted. It's got to get down over the shortstop's head, down for a base hit, and your Atlanta Braves have something cooking here in the first inning. 1 on and nobody out. Good piece of hitting by Acuna. Kind of jammed him, but he was strong enough to be able to rake it over the shortstop's head. McLean, no chance of making that play. Go ahead and get the tracker set back up again. Thanks for the heads up for the stat tracker. The first pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Ozzie Albies, 1-0 pitch in the dirt, 2-0. Came across a couple of interesting stats just before game time. In the month of June, Weaver's ERA is north of 10. The other thing is this is only the third time in the last 103 years as the 2-0 pitch to Ozzie's outside wide, ball 3. It's only the third time in the last 103 years in Major League Baseball that two teams have collided with winning streaks of 8 games or more. It's a remarkable number. So a 3-0 count to Ozzie. Swing, and that ball is laced into right field. It's a worm burner in between second and short. Ronald Acuna Jr., he's off flying, and he's heading towards third. Runners on the corners. Nobody out. And the rake, Austin Riley, coming to the plate. Appreciate y'all coming in and hanging out with us here on Braves Country Baseball. Hit that like and please subscribe today. That like button equals karma. So runners on the corners, nobody out. Austin Riley batting .259 on the year, 12 homers. Got speed on the base paths. The first pitch on the way from Weaver. Oh, they're going to call that a wide strike from Chad Fairchild, the home plate umpire. It's 0-1. Looked to be a bit off the edge. Not too egregious. The 0-1 pitch swung on, and that ball is rifled up the middle off the glove of the diving second baseman, India. It's going to get into the outfield, and not only will Ronald Acuna Jr. score, Ozzie Albies goes first to third. How about that? How about that? We got runners on the corners, nobody out, and Matt Olson coming to the plate. The Braves lead it 1-0. Good piece of hitting there. Austin Riley just kind of sent it back up the middle, and he hit it so hard that when it hit the glove of India could not slow it down. First pitch on the way to Olson is down and away for a ball. Changeup misses. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Outside, fastball misses wide, 2-0. So without a doubt, Weaver has struggled with his command here to start the game. 1-0 Atlanta. The 2-0 pitch. Fastball in the dirt. Ball 3-0. He's one pitch away from loading the bases. Looming on deck is the big bear, Marcell Ozuna. Runners on the corners. Nobody out. The 3-0 to Olsen. Weaver lets it fly. Swing! And that ball is fouled back out of play. 3-1. Rematch of the 2020 wild card round in the COVID shortened season. Could be a preview of this year's playoffs as the Cincinnati Reds sit atop of the NL Central. Great baseball town is Cincinnati. The 3-1 pitch. Swing! And that ball is hit high. Will it get very deep? No, it's going to be a can of corn just past second base. Ozzie threatens, but he'll have to stay put. And an unfortunate pop out by Olsen. One away. So runners on the corners, one out. The Braves have scored. It's 1-0. They like to get a little more of a cushion, especially with what was set up. That'll bring Marcell Ozuna to the plate. Ozuna hit his 14th home run of the year yesterday, putting the Braves up 5-0 at the time in the top of the 10th. Braves went on to sweep the Phillies in a 2-game set. The first pitch to Ozuna is swung on and rifled back out of play, 95 miles an hour. It's 0-1. I don't remember Weaver having the fastball up into the mid we'll call it mid-90s. Last time saw him pitch, he was averaging around 92, 93. So he's got a little oomph on his fastball tonight. The 0-1 pitch. Changeup misses out wide. It's 1-1. Braves nothing. Reds nothing. The 1-1 from Weaver. Swing and a miss off the plate, off the edge. It's 1-2. Ronald Acuna Jr. led things off, getting on the base hit up the middle. That was followed by Ozzie, who hit it in between second and short. The 1-2 pitch swing, and that ball is sawed off, foul down the right field line. Going to drop foul. It's 1-2. With runners on the corners and nobody out, Austin Riley hit a worm burner up the middle that went off the glove of India. That was called a base hit as well, rightfully so. It was hard hit ball. That's how we got here. Olsen had a can of corn to second. The 1-2 pitch to Ozuna misses high. 2-2. The 2-2 to Ozuna. Darnode lingers on deck. The wind up the pitch. Did he go around? The ball's in the dirt. They're going to say he did. I don't know about that one. Ozuna doesn't like it. First base umpire Nick Lentz rings him up. I guess maybe he did. Looking at it again, the side view. Yeah. Doesn't mean I have to like it. So 2 on, 2 out. Travis d'Arnaud comes to the plate. First pitch is high and inside, almost gets him. 94, busting him back. It's 1-0. That might be a message pitch, as d'Arnaud is known to lean over home plate to shoot it down the gap. The 1-0 from Weaver winds and flies and swing and fouls it straight back. Even up the count at 1-1. d'Arnaud, 4 home runs on the year. He is in the lineup again. They're hoping Murphy can start tomorrow. A 4:10 first pitch. We'll have the call here. The 1-1 from Weaver. Swing, fouls it straight back. 1-2. Braves 1, Reds nothing. Weaver, 27th pitch of the inning. If he can keep this to a 1-0 first inning, he's actually done a pretty good job of navigating through the danger. The 1-2 pitch to d'Arnaud. Changeup, misses outside wide, 2-2. Looks like that's his go-to. When he gets 2 strikes on the right-handed batter, he's going to try to get you to swing at the off-speed pitch away. Riley on first. Ozzie on third. 2 outs. The 2-2. Swing, and that ball's rifled high and deep into right center field, going back on the track. Hold everything. That's a whopper, baby. Ding dong, that pitch is dead. A 3-run home run, his 5th of the year, 17th RBI, 386 happy feet over the Cincinnati Reds right field wall, and the Braves lead it 4-0. How about that? How about that? Travis d'Arnaud stuck his leg in the ground and just drove it over the right field wall. Very reminiscent of the home run he hit against the Dodgers in the NLCS in 2021. Just got over the wall, just past the 370 sign, and you saw 376 mark, so he just got over the wall. Looked like, if nothing else, it was going to be extra bases and Riley would have scored. So Braves lead at 4-0. Cincinnati's going to have a powwow with the pitching coach and half the infield. Eddie Rosario will now come to the plate. Eddie Rosario batting .269. Braves have had 4 runs, 4 hits here in the first inning. The 1-1 just misses off the plate wide, but a wide strike one. Curveball, outer edge, 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Fastball, same area, but that one was called a ball. It's 1-1. Rosario, 13 home runs on the year. The 1-1 pitch in the dirt. 2-1. The 2-1 pitch. Down below the knees. Ball 3, 3-1. So a 3-1 count to Eddie. Winds up, lets it fly. Ball 4. Eddie Rosario will head down to first base. And to be noted, not only is it a 4-0 lead, but Dreamweaver is up to 33 pitches here in the first inning. Orlando Arcia will climb into the batter's box. 333 average, 6 home runs, 25 RBI. The first pitch on the way. Swing! And that ball is hammered foul down the right field line. 94 miles an hour on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Braves 4, Reds nothing. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, and that ball is shot down the right field line, but foul towards the tarps. Fans trying to see if they can maneuver a souvenir. Ball boy's going to help them out. So 2 strikes on Arcia. The 0-2 pitch. Off the plate wide, 1-2. Pirates and Marlins are at it. It's one of those Apple games tonight. That and the New York-Philadelphia game. I'm sure that's making everybody in the Northeast area very happy. The 1-2 pitch. And the dirt ball gets away. Runner will scoot on down to second. Rosario takes a wide turn. He thinks about grabbing third, but puts on the brakes. The hind catcher, Mail, kind of nonchalantly went after the ball once he spotted it. Rosario almost made him pay, but kind of picked up the pace and kept Rosario to second base. So a 2-2 count, 2 out. Righty-righty matchup. Swing! And that ball is laced foul again. Down the first base side towards the dugout. And we'll do it again at 3-2. Weaver at 38 pitches so far. The 2-2 on the way. Lets it go. Swung on in. Bang foul. Pulled it towards the third base side. 94 miles an hour. So he must have been really sitting dead red for him to be out in front of that one. Braves 4. Reds nothing. If you're just joining us, a 3-run shot by Travis d'Arnaud, the big mark here. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Swung on, and that ball is laced into the right center field area. It's down where the green grass grows. Here comes Rosario. He'll come around to score, and it is a 2-out RBI double. The Braves lead it 5-0. Good piece of hitting by Arcia. Pitch was up and over the plate. A fastball, and he just went with it and didn't try to do too much with it. Couple of swings before he was trying to yank it, and that one he just went with it and drove it into the right center field gap. Braves 5, Reds nothing. Michael Harris II comes up. First pitch to Harris, 94 right there on the outer edge. It's 0-1. What I've always seen with Weaver, the times I've watched him with St. Louis and Arizona and whatnot, that I've always noticed with him is he's got a pretty decent fastball as the 0-1 pitch is rifled fouling out of play. It's 0-2. But his off-speed pitches, and it's easy for me to say this sitting where I sit as opposed to at the plate, but it doesn't seem like it fools the batters at the plate. The 0-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball is dribbled up the middle. It's going to be played by the shortstop, McLean. He'll flip it over to first in a 6-3 putout. But out before your Atlanta Braves take a commanding 5-0 lead. We head to the bottom of the first. A.J. Smith-Shawver is about to grab the bump. We'll be back in a flash.
Personal foul, 69, offense. He's giving them the business.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Now Don Mattingly, an emerging star. Mattingly last year was called up by the Yankees from Columbus the day Bobby Mercer retired. He'd been with him prior to that, but had been sent out. And he's not only won a spot on the roster, he's in the lineup, he's hitting third, and he's leading the league at .338. That's drilled to the gap in right center field, and it is off the fence. Randolph was running all the way, so he is being waved in. Whitaker's going to Parrish, is not in time on a double by Mattingly.
First game I went to, May 30th, 1956, Yankee Stadium. We drove from Long Beach, Long Island to the Bronx. Almost took 2 hours. And as we came up into the Bronx and Jerome Avenue, my dad said, there it is. And, you know, I'd seen games before, but on TV, and there it was, and it like ate up the Bronx. It was the biggest thing I had ever seen in my life, and it had that great roof, that green copper roof, and the breeze was just blowing all those pennants in the roof, you know, just going like that, telling you which way the wind was blowing, and I had my glove and everything, and I sat like in between third base and home plate, like real close.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The SSAJ will take the mound, 1-0 record, 2.03 ERA, 0.98 whip. Looks like a ball or something ended up in the outfield that Acuna had to come and get and toss it back towards the fans. So Shawver, after the quick delay, will go to work. The Redlegs dig in with Friedel to lead off, and the first pitch is a 94-mile-an-hour fastball just below the knees. It's 1-0. TJ Friedel, 320 batting average, 4 home runs, 27 RBI, the 1-0. Swing and pops it up high in the sky, drifting in, trying to get to it. He'll make the play. Rosario gets it, and then he playfully puts it into the breadbasket of Arcia. There's one away. Fun team to follow, and they have a lot of fun. It's not just because they win it's fun. I mean, they just have a lot of fun. You can see it on their faces in the dugout. McLean, rookie phenom, number 2 hitter, batting .313. The first pitch is a fastball right there, intercut. It's 0-1. Matt McLean, 851 OPS, 15 RBI, been up for a little bit. The 0-1 pitch. Roxanne just misses. Curveball misses off the edge. It's 1-1. Pretty good curveball, but just missed the plate. Shawver, righty-righty matchup, the windup, and that curveball's way outside, 2-1. Braves Country Baseball, please like and subscribe today. Smash that like button. The 2-1 pitch. Fastball misses high, 3-1. Miami leads Pittsburgh 1-0. That game is in the second. Kansas City 1-0 over Tampa Bay. That game is in the second as well. All 3 of these games started at 6:40 Eastern. The 3-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 95. Piped it right down the middle. About knee high. Electric looking fastball. That looked faster than 95, but that's what they rung it up as, and it's 3-2. So a full count to McLean. The 3-2 pitch. Wind up. Fastball, swing and a miss. Strike 3. 95. Pumped it right down the pipe for out number 2. My word. If he's got that working tonight, he's going to be hard to hit. Jonathan Indy will come to the plate. Got to make sure to keep him off the bases. He can be a pesky runner once he gets on. Comes in, 266 average. He's got a little pop as well, 10 home runs, 782 OPS. The first pitch is in the dirt, and it's 1-0. Rookie of the year a couple seasons back. Braves 5, Cincinnati 0. A.J. Smith-Shawver looks into Darnode, raises his powder blue glove, kicks, winds, and deals. Fastball misses outside. It's 2-0. Shawver asks for a new ball. While we are playing the Reds, the Mets and Phillies are battling this weekend, 3-game set. Game 1 starts here in a minute. The 2-0 pitch swung on and popped up high in the sky. Calling off Shawver is Olsen. He'll make the catch in foul territory, and that'll end the inning. 1-2-3. When we come back, top of the second, and the top of the order is coming to the plate. Acuna will grab the bat.
Is Gen X okay? No, seriously, are you guys okay?
What kind of stupid question is that? We're fine. This is a cakewalk. We got like 900 TV channels and Prozac. Our kids are grown or almost grown, and our parents are either dead or too old to threaten to kill us every day. I brought you into this world. I could take you out of it. We didn't have anti-bullying campaigns. Our parents bullied us. The school had to take our pictures and fingerprint us in case we got kidnapped. We were like 30 years old when we were 12. Already smoking cigarettes, drinking our parents' liquor. We are older than Google, and no one had to tell us not to eat laundry detergent. So yeah, I mean, we're okay. We're okay.
There's a drive, deep right center field. That ball's got a chance. It's out of here. Murph goes out and gets an outside pitch low and drives it over the right center field wall.
Braves Country Today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country Today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country Today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
You can't imagine what it's like. And it was this grass that just went on forever. And the clay, the infield, the dirt of the infield was so brown, and the bases were so white. And the scoreboard with all of that news, what was happening in Detroit, and all the news. It was the news center. It was this big, gigantic place, and it was 461 feet to the center field fence. Then they had monuments, and I thought Babe Ruth was buried out there. They were like these big tombstones. There was a great deal of respect in that building for the past.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. is in the dirt. Off the plate, 1-1. First pitch was a strike. They came back a tad early this round. The 1-1 pitch, swing, and that ball's rifled off the mask of the hind catcher, Mail. Got to shake the cobwebs out on that one. It's 1-2. Home plate umpire Chad Fairchild gets out there and brushes off the home plate. You'll always see the umpires do that to make sure the catchers have a chance to kind of collect their thoughts and make sure they're okay. The 1-2 to Acuna, swing, and fouled back out of play. It's 1-2. You got to figure with what's going on in this game, Weaver giving up the 5 runs. They're still going to want to try to get a handful of innings out of them, not tear up their bullpen. The 1-2 pitch swung on and banged foul off the plate. Do it again at 1-2. But there comes a point where the manager can't leave a pitcher out there to just twist in the wind. So if the Braves can continue to pile on, they might be able to get into that bullpen, which could pay huge dividends later in the series. A 1-2 count to Acuna. The wind up the pitch, swung on and popped up, fisted over towards the first base dugout. Just going to go foul near the camera well. We'll do it again at 1-2. Decent amount of foul territory in between home plate, first base, third base, and the dugouts here in Cincinnati. Also straight back to the backstop. There's a pretty sizable amount of real estate. The 1-2 pitch, swing, and pops it up. That's going to be an easy fly ball into left field, making the catches steer for out number 1. Ozzie Albies will come to the plate. Albies. He's 1 for 1. Weaver, by the way, is at 50 pitches. The first pitch on the way to Oz is fastball, misses high, just above the letters. It's 1-0. The 1-0 swing and bangs it foul off the plate, off the glove and leg of Mail. 1-1. He's taking a beating back there. The tools of ignorance, as they call it. The 1-1 swung on, and that ball is hammered down the first base line, but foul. That wasn't fooling Ozzie one bit. It's 1-2. The 1-2 on the way, kicks and fires in the dirt. Good take by Ozzie. That had to be a hard one to lay off that time. It's 2-2. Two from Weaver. Righty-lefty matchup. Ozzie with the open stance. The wind up the pitch. Swing! And that ball is lifted high and deep down the right field line. Will it stay fair? Just goes foul. Took a right turn at the foul pole for a long strike. Do it again at 2-2. The 2-2 to Albies. Weaver lets it go. Swung on. That ball's lifted into center field. Fighting the sun, making the catch is Friedel for out number 2. Ball was hit about, we'll say, 5 to 10 feet in front of the warning track. That sun is starting to set, and it's not playing a big factor at the batter and pitcher, but out there in the outfield, they're really having to fight that sun. The first pitch on the way to Riley is a wide strike off the edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1 right there at the knees, outer edge, just kisses the black at 0-2. This will be our first look at De La Cruz, the kid they called the Unicorn. The 0-2 pitch swung onto that. Ball's lifted high and deep. It's going back on the track, making the catch at the 404 mark. Into the wall is the center fielder, Friedel. We'll be back in a flash. It's 5-0 Hotlanta.
Hey, do you want to hang out tonight? Yeah, sure. What time were you thinking? I got to run home real quick, so why don't we meet up around 9 o'clock? 9 o'clock? Yeah. PM? Yes. Tonight? Yes. On purpose? Yeah, I was thinking that maybe we can get together at 9 since it's early in the night. That's early? Listen, just come on over and then we're going to meet up with my friends. They said the door opens around 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock? Yes. PM? Oh my God.
Armchair.
Little League World Series is the worst sporting event in America on a yearly basis.
False. Not.
That is the truth.
No.
First of all, they're pretending to be 12. Some of them are 14. Some of them are 15. The umpiring is terrible. The play is terrible. Everything about the Little League World Series is bad. Why do you watch it?
I love the game because I grew up in New York City in the late 1940s and 50s, which was the greatest intersection of baseball and place in history. We had 3 major league teams. All of them were good, were great. Between 1947 and 1956, a New York team was in the World Series every year and won.
Now it's the 10th inning. Pitcher Bob Lemon works hard on Willie Mays. This time, though, he walks you. You want to steal second, and you ask for the sign from Leo.
Duke Snyder, Dodger center fielder, is the hero of this game. Snyder is doubled to right in the first inning, drove in 2 runs, and the Brooks were off and running. Boom, another double for Snyder. Hail the Duke of Flatbush.
Baseball was almost a private possession of New York City, and you'd walk around through the city in October, and the sounds of baseball were everywhere, from cab radios, taverns. People come out of taverns. During the season, you sit down, come out of a tavern and say, Campy just hit one. You were aware of the ribbon of baseball going on around you.
Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Ellie De La Cruz going up against A.J. Smith-Shawver. Righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch is swung on and hammered foul and out of play. It's 0-1. De La Cruz, if you're not familiar with him, a lot of folks have referred to him as the Unicorn. The reason being, as the 0-1 pitch, kicks and fires, swung onto that ball, is rifled into the gap. Will it stay in the park? Off the wall, hammered off the wall. Cruz will cruise into second with the leadoff double. Man, oh man alive, did he put an absolute wallop on that one. De La Cruz, 21 years old, just a tad older than A.J. Smith-Shawver by a handful of months. It's from the Dominican Republic. He's 6'5", 200 pounds. He's a switch hitting, power hitting infielder. The glove and arm, the power, the speed, he's got it all. First pitch on the way to Fraley misses outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Swing and a miss. Pulled the string on that one. On the inner cut, it's 1-1. Good pitch by Shawver. Fraley was looking to unload on that one. The 1-1 from AJ. Kicks and fires. Down below the knees. 2-1. De La Cruz has only been up. This is his 15th game. He's got a 923 OPS, and I've yet to really sit back and watch him. I'm looking forward to this series because of this. Evidently, he's got speed. We just saw the power. He scalded that ball off the wall. The 2-1 pitch swung on, popped up. Will it stay in play? Riley gives it chase over the dugout. It's going to bend out of play. It's 2-2. But the highlights I've seen, he's very impressive. Future's bright in Cincinnati, no matter how you look at it. They've had a handful of guys come up here in the last couple of seasons that have really got a high ceiling. Jake Fraley, only 28 years old, that is at the plate. The 2-2 pitch swung on and just hit over the top of that one. It's 2-2. Fraley, former Seattle Mariner. .823 OPS this year with 9 home runs. Formerly drafted the Tampa Bay Rays. The 2-2 pitch winds and fires in the dirt, 3-2. So a full count. If Jake Fraley does sound familiar to you college fans, he plays college ball at LSU. Of course, LSU heading to the championship series tomorrow versus Florida. Shawver looks in, looks back the runner, the 3-2 pitch swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep. It's going back on the track, over the wall, just over the wall. A 2-run shot, and it's 5-2 Atlanta. Jake Fraley absolutely murdered that ball, got out in a hurry. Fastball was just left up way too high in the zone, and he turned on it in an absolute. It was actually a touch out of the zone, 95 miles an hour, but he teed off on it, literally like it was on a batting tee. We were expecting a high-scoring one tonight. Well, that's what we've got so far. It's 5-2 Atlanta. The first pitch on the way, curveball to Joey Votto, who just recently came back from the IL. Takes the first pitch up high for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch to Votto. Swung on and bangs it foul off the plate. 1-1. Votto, 39 years old. Most believe he's a future Hall of Famer. The 1-1. Swing, and that ball's ripped hard down the line. 1-2. You look at some of his numbers. I think the one that jumps out at me more than anything else, he's got a 925 OPS, and one of the reasons for that is a high walk rate, high on-base percentage. The 1-2 to Votto. Swing, and rifles it foul out of play. Do it again at 1-2. Votto, originally from Toronto, Canada. Drafted by the Reds way back in 2002 in the second round. The 1-2 to Votto. Swung on, banged it foul off the plate. Do it again. It's 1-2. Braves 5, Reds 2. The 1-2 from Shawver. He needs to let it fly. 1 second left on the clock. Here's the pitch. Just dribbles it over to the first base side, and it's a high chopper that did stay fair. right into the glove of Olsen. He flips it to first. AJ covering the bag, and there's one away. So one down here in the bottom of the second. If you're just joining us, a lot of scoring happened in a little bit of time. We'll get into that here in 1 second. Steer comes to the plate. Righty-righty matchup. The first pitch on the way. Swing! And that ball's popped up high. Will it stay in foul territory? In play. Just bends out of foul. That is 2 batters in this inning that the ball bent foul. Remember, the last one ended up in a home run. Spencer Steer, 25 years old, just 5'11", 185, was drafted by the Twins back in 2019. Played his college ball at Oregon. From Long Beach, California, he hails from. The 0-1 pitch. Changeup miss off the plate wide. It's 1-1. Steer, 824 OPS, 10 home runs, 40 RBI. The 1-1 on the way. Fastball misses inside, 95. Off the plate, it's 2-1. You look up and down this Reds lineup, they really have a lot of guys that put bat to ball. The 2-1 pitch. Swing! And corkscrews that foul. It's 2-2. Ball rolls to the first base dugout. A 2-2 count to Steer. Shawver looks into Darnode. The windup lets it fly. Fastball just misses off the plate. 96 on the outer edge. It's 3-2. Shawver now up to 31 pitches. The first inning, the Braves made it 1-0 with an RBI single by Austin Riley. The 3-2 pitch. Swing! And that ball's lifted high in the sky to left field on the warning track, making the catch. Rosario for out number 2. First inning, Austin Riley knocked in Acuna with him and Ozzie on base on the corners. There was nobody out. Then Travis Darnode came up with 1 out after the pop-up from Olsen, and he had a 3-run jack. That was followed by a Rosario scoring after the Arcia double. All 5 runs for the Braves came in the first. First pitch to Stevenson is down and low. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Down and away, 2-0. Braves 5, Reds 2. The 2-0 pitch. Fastball misses high, 3-0. So a 3-0 count to Stevenson. Stevenson, by the way, from Kennesaw, Georgia. Kennesaw Mountain, Georgia. The 3-0. Fastball right there at the knees, 95. It's 3-1. Born in Atlanta. Played his high school ball in Kennesaw. The 3-1 pitch swung on and popped up. Will that stay in play? No, it's going to bend back foul into the stands behind home plate. It's 3-2. He was drafted by the Reds back in 2015 in the first round. It's a big-time prospect, 26 years old, 6'4", 225. Braves 5, Reds 2. Bottom of the second inning. The 3-2 pitch. Fastball misses high, ball 4. So Shawver laboring quite a bit in this inning. He's given up a 2-run home run, and Kranitz is going to come out there probably a little bit to calm him down and probably a little bit just to give him a breather. as he'll face the number 9 hitter now, Tyler Mahle. We'll go ahead and hit the scoreboard while pitching coach Kranitz is out there talking to Shawver along with Darnode. Twins lead the Tigers 3-0. That game is in the third. Royals and Rays are knotted up at 3 in the third. Marlins 1, Pirates 0. Pirates 10-game losing streak. And they had that game. I was watching that game last night because the Braves were off. They had that game, and I cannot believe that they blew that. The reliever they brought in the 8th inning, I can't remember his name. Underwater might know his name, but he couldn't get anybody out. Phillies lead the Mets 1-0 in the first. Got to gain ground on somebody there if we win. So Shawver will go back to pitch, and the first pitch on the way to Mahle, he takes a swing and pops it up high in the sky, and that'll be a easy major league pop-up by first for out number 3. So Cincinnati puts 2 on the board. Braves lead it 5-2.
Any attempt to restrict drinking and driving here is viewed by some as downright undemocratic.
When a fella can't put in a hard day's work, put in 11, 12 hours a day, and then get in your truck and at least drink 1 or 2 beers.
They're making it laws where you can't drink when you want to. You have to wear a seatbelt when you're driving. And pretty soon we're going to be communist country. Armchair.
One of the biggest scandals in baseball history is the throwing of the 1919 World Series by the Chicago White Sox. Even though all 8 players who were accused were acquitted in 1921, Judge Kennesaw Mountain Landis handed down a lifetime ban that included the Hall of Fame. Shoeless Joe Jackson should be reinstated and put in the Hall of Fame. Reason number 1, his stats during the series. His 12 base hits set a series record that wasn't broken until 1964. He led both teams with a .375 batting average in the series. He committed no errors and threw out a runner at home plate. He also hit the only home run by either team in the series. Reason number 2, he never took any money. On 2 different occasions, he refused a $5,000 bribe even though it would have almost doubled his salary at the time. Reason number 3, he tried to tell White Sox owner Charles Comiskey, but Comiskey refused to meet him. Reason number 4, years after the scandal, the other 7 players confirmed that Jackson was never present at any of the meetings and his name was mentioned only to give them more credibility to the gamblers. Reason number 5, a lawyer manipulated him into signing a document he didn't fully understand. Jackson never learned to read or write, so there was no way he knew what he was signing at the time.
All tied up in the 8th, Mickey Mantle facing Preacher Rowe. The Oklahoma kid parked it in the left field seats.
Watching it on TV in New York with Willie, Mickey, and the Duke, and the arguments on the corner, and that was it.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Matt Olson comes to the plate, and the first pitch is in the dirt for a ball. It's 1-0. Weaver back to work. He's at 60 pitches through 2 innings, into the third. The 1-0 from Weaver. Down below the knees, took a little bit off of that, 2-0. Olson last time got up 3-0 and ended up popping out. That was with runners on the corners and nobody out. The 2-0 windup, pitch, swing, and that ball's rifled foul down the first base line. It's 2-1. Please smash that like button, y'all. Welcome to Braves Country Baseball, Friday night edition. The 2-1 pitch, swing, and fouls it back 93 miles an hour. And he just missed timing that up. It went straight back and out of play. I love the comments from everybody, but one of my favorite ones is the 2-2 pitches banged off the plate, 2-2. Yelton 21 cracks me up because he says a lot of the things I'm thinking. First, so a 2-2 pitch. Weaver lets it fly, swung on and pops it up. Let's stay in play, bending, foul, making the catch, and the unicorn collides with the left fielder. Steer, they both appear to be okay. Well, maybe. Steer is slow to get up. De La Cruz was quick to get up. That couldn't have been fun smashing into him. And that is a dangerous play because De La Cruz, his leg was wide open there. I think they might come out there and check on Steer. He was kind of slow to get up. Looking at the replay, I guess he's okay. So 1 out, really good defensive play by De La Cruz. That'll bring Ozuna to the plate, and Ozuna takes his first pitch swing and hits it high and out of play, foul down the right field line. It's 0-1. Good to see everybody in the chat. Robert, how are you? Yelton, Shannon, Brian, of course, Goat and 4-Putt, D, Kobe, Terry. Forgive me if I'm missing some. There's a lot of ones that pop up that I can't see. The 1-1 pitch on the way to Ozuna. Swing, and that ball is roasted into left field. A one hopper. How about it? Marcel's on base. 1 on, 1 out. And Travis d'Arnaud, here comes that man again, coming to the plate. Good piece of hitting by Ozuna. Got a pitch on the inner part of the plate, and he just turned on it. Looks like one heck of a crowd in Cincinnati, by the way. I usually have the feeds up for both teams so I can kind of get different angles, and they've panned around the stadium. It looks like there might be a sellout. The first pitch on the way to d'Arnaud is hit high and deep in right field, and making the catch out the wall is Fraley. Kind of an awkward defensive play. I thought Fraley was going to trip over there. He makes the catch for out number 2. Was hoping that swing would have sent the ball a little farther, but it died just before the wall. So 1 on, 2 out, and Eddie Rosario comes to the plate. The Braves are going to have to keep scoring. This is a bandbox, a popcorn stand. A lot of runs scored here. The first pitch on the way is right there for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Eddie Rosario reached via the walk the first time up. The 0-1 swung on, fouled straight back, slaps it against the screen. 0-2. Make sure to vote for your Atlanta Braves sometimes this week if they've announced the guys who have made it to the next round. Of course, Ronald Acuna Jr., he led National League voting. The 0-2 pitch swung on, and that ball is ripped down the right field line. Just foul into the corner. Disappeared over there up against the wall. It's 0-2. Ronald Acuna Jr. led the National League in All-Star voting. Ohtani in the American League, so they become automatic starters. And now this week they're going to do a second phase. The 0-2 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. We'll do it again at 0-2. The new format that Major League Baseball uses. The top 2 at each position essentially move to a second round, and then they vote off from that. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Weaver lets it fly in the dirt. Good block by Mail. The hind catcher making sure it doesn't go to the backstop. Weaver has appeared to settle down a little bit. Gave up 5 in the first. He's trying to get out of this one. The 1-2 from Weaver. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Rosario right over the top of that one, and that'll end the inning. Braves threaten but fail to score. When we come back, Shawver will go back to the mound in the top of the order for the Cincinnati Redlegs.
Going back to that last inning, 9th inning, what are the emotions like entering that inning?
Well, emotions are go in, win. I heard a fan offer free Dippin' Dots if I blew it, which the price of Dippin' Dots with inflation is just unreal. So for a brief moment, I was like, damn, Dippin' Dots sound good. But also I thought in the back of my head, we win today, we win tomorrow, or tonight. we're going to be here another day. That's more per diem. So that means I can buy my own Dippin' Dots.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
I think Stengel is the most interesting man, except for Ruth, who ever appeared in baseball. Unfortunately, his myth has become that of the clown, the man who talked Stengelese, double talk. He knew more about the game than anyone I ever talked to. He was the smartest man. I think he had tremendous basic intelligence, not much education. He barely got through high school. But he had this intuitive intelligence. He would look at things, and he would see things, and he would sense things. And sometimes the things came out. He's a man who said, there's a time in every man's life, and I've had plenty of them. And that's a marvelous expression that says it.
And his distinctive way with language gave rise to a new word, Stengelese. All right, he once said, everybody line up alphabetically according to your height. I made up my mind, but I made it up both ways. Most people my age are dead at the present time.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. A.J. Smith-Shawver goes back to work, and the first pitch is a curveball. Must have lost the handle on that. That thing floated up to the plate well out of the zone, high about eyeball level to T.J. Friedel. It's 1-0. Friedel 0 for 1 with the fly out in the first. 319 batter. The 1-0 pitch. Way off the plate, 2-0. Braves 5, Reds 2. Friday night baseball, the 2-0 pitch, swing, and fouls it out of play. 95 on the edge, 2-1. So lulls them to sleep with a couple of off speeds and then fires the 95. About a 22-mile-an-hour difference in between the pitches. The 2-1 from Shawver. Rocks and fires. Fastball misses high, 3-1. Braves and Reds are back at it tomorrow, 4:10 Eastern. We'll have pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play right here on Braves Country Baseball. The 3-1 pitch misses high, ball 4. So Shawver coming out here struggling here in the beginning of the third inning. That'll bring the number 2 hitter McLean to the plate. Phillies lead the Mets 2-0. That game is in the second inning. Kodai Senga on the mound for the Metropolitans. I believe it was Taijuan Walker for Philly. The first pitch on the way to McLean is right there for a strike on the outer edge. Slider off speed. 86 on the black. It's 0-1. Matt McLean struck out in the first inning. The 0-1 pitch. Fast slider in the dirt, nowhere near the plate. About 5 feet in front of the dish. It's 1-1. Looks like the Baltimore game is in a rain delay. Baltimore, Seattle. The 1-1 from Shawver. Turns and flips it over to first. Friedel back under the tag. Do it again at 1-1. Miami, they lead at 1-0. That game is heading to the 5th inning. The 1-1 from Shawver. Looks into Darnode. Darnode leans on the outside. The 1-1 just misses the outer edge. 2-1. Oakland leads Toronto 3-0 in the second. 2-1 from Shawver. Kicks and fires. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. The runner's on the move, and he will be under the tag. High throw by Travis Darnode. High throw by Shawver. Probably a hit and run situation because he swung out of his shoes at a pitch that was well out of the zone. Pretty good jump by Friedel. I don't think Darnold had much of a chance. Either way, throw was up the line and off the bag. So a 2-2 count. And did he go around? He did. Strike 3. Kind of a check swing go around for out number 1. Pretty interesting series up in the Bronx this weekend. Texas Rangers taking on the Yankees. Wouldn't necessarily say Texas is a surprise this year because they really are a loaded roster, but with the injury to DeGrom, impressive that they've been able to do what they've done. First pitch on the way to India is inside for a ball, and there's another stolen base. Shawver's just gone to sleep over there. And Friedel eating him alive. And he was gone. I mean, the 1-0 pitch swung on. That ball is rifled foul down the right field line. It's 1-1. So you got a runner on third. 1 out. Braves lead at 5-2. The third run for Cincinnati just 90 feet away with just 1 away. The 1-1 off the plate wide, 2-1. Shawver would love a strikeout. I think the main thing for him, just stay out of the big inning. You got a 3-run lead. Trust your defense, trust your bullpen. The 2-1 pitch, swing, and fouls it back out of play. 2-2. Jonathan India on a 2-2 count. De La Cruz lingers on deck. Righty-righty matchup. The wind up the pitch. Fastball misses high. Ball 3, a full count now. Shawver up to 54 pitches, 1 out here in the third. The 3-2 pitch. Payoff on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. He lunged after that one. That was one of those ones I think India had decided to take a swing at that when he woke up this morning. That pitch was nowhere near the zone. So a big strikeout number 2, or out number 2, big strikeout for A.J. Smith-Shawver. 3 strikeouts, 2 walks, and 2 hits allowed so far. The first pitch on the way to De La Cruz, and that ball is blasted high in the sky, and it is gone. De La Cruz took his curveball and curved it over the right field wall, and it's 5-4. Atlanta leads by just 1. Talked about it beginning of the game. This kid's got a lot of pop and a lot of talent. You could not hang one that to just about anyone in Major League Baseball. He pretty much put that on a platter. That was a hanger. He really hasn't thrown that off speed well. I don't know why they started him with that, but Braves once up 5-0, now lead just 5-4. The first pitch on the way to Fraley is another off-speed pitch hanging in the zone, taken for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Fastball, changeup off the plate. Swung on him, fouled off. It's 0-2. His curveball has really been the one that's been getting tattooed tonight. The 0-2 pitch from Shawver. Down below the knees, changeup misses, 1-2. Yankees lead Texas 1-0. That game is in the top of the third. Braves 5, Reds 4. The 1-2 on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3, 96 up top. Sticks with that fastball. We may be okay. We'll be back in a flash. Arcia, Harrison, Acuna better get to scoring. It's 5-4.
Frazier, wait a minute. Do you think you can get me a tape of the show?
What on earth for?
Well, how often do you get to hear your son on the radio?
I'm on the radio every day!
Cause he's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks.
It could be like a government conspiracy, but it also could be something like, Bigfoot. What's your number one?
We never went to the moon. I don't believe it. I think it's a hoax.
All right.
They filmed it in a studio. Why didn't we ever go back?
All right, the crazies is coming out in us today. I'll see that and I'll raise you Area 51. I think there's I think there's little Martians and everything running around out there, and I think we're hiding something. We're hiding something out there. There's too many accounts of too many things that go wrong. And don't keep on telling me that it was a balloon that went by. The balloons aren't that big, okay? They don't go by that often. It's a little strange we haven't seen one in the last 30 years since technology's gotten better. There's been too many times where they've interviewed guys who were out there and they say, when they ask them, can you say what you've seen? And he goes, no, I'm sworn to secrecy. Well, why are you sworn to secrecy if nothing happened out there? Something went down.
Armchair.
I would put a committee together, get some coaches, get some players, and let's try to work this thing out. We can't ask these politicians nothing. Those people are awful people. They're all crooks.
On February 2nd, 1876, at Manhattan's Grand Central Hotel, a group of club owners, eager to tighten their control of the game, restore its respectability, and most of all to ensure greater profits, started a new association. They called it the National League of Professional Baseball Clubs.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way from Weaver is a curveball on the outer edge, called for a strike at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1 delivery. Fastball right there. Might have been the slider. 0-2. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt, taken by Arcia, 1-2. Orlando Arcia, an RBI double in the first inning. That's where all the Braves runs came from. Now cling to a 5-4 lead after once leading 5-0. Top of the fourth inning. Weaver, the 79th pitch of the evening. 1-2 pitch, misses high and inside, 2-2. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. 92 miles an hour, blew it right by him. Little hard to believe. His fastball before this inning had been registering around 95, 96. Now it's coming at 92 for whatever reason. Arcia couldn't catch up. Must have been sitting on something soft. Michael Harris will come to the plate, and he takes a first pitch and swing and a miss, 85 miles an hour, about belt high. It's 0-1. The 0-1 to Michael. Swing, and that ball is fisted. Making a diving attempt is Friedel. It pops out of his glove. That'll be a 1-out single. Can't imagine they would ring that up as an error. That was a tough play. Nothing like the Kyle Schwarber play. That is a true single. Michael Harris, it was a broken bat job, just enough strength to get it out there. Pitching coach is going to, looks like they're going to make a change. Weaver looked like he was pitching pretty well, but they're going to hit the pen. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Kind of fun and he's kind of fat. The all-American man.
My typical favorite shot, honestly, is just old Jack D. Well, ice cold Jack D. But if I'm going to pick like more of like a shooter type of thing. It is the most dangerous one, and I no longer drink it. But man, a good Jaeger bomb.
I was about to say,
But
it's probably got some Jägermeister.
But I'm gonna tell you right now, you do a Jaeger bomb nowadays, I'm probably gonna end up in divorce court. So, 'cause I black out and not only just time travel, I travel. I wake up in other cities. So,
If I remember correctly, you used to like slap your face like Curly, and then you would just do this the shuffle step, and then it was on after that.
Yes.
We went into plan M for McGee.
Yes.
All right, execute plan M. You know, Todd, you get the flanks. if anybody's taller than McGee, get him out now.
Oh, yes.
At least that's how I remember it.
Yeah. Well, I don't remember it. And that's kind of the point.
Checkmate.
Armchair.
To further solidify their control, the owners added a reserve clause to the contracts of the 5 best men on every team. It required that each play only for his current employer and reserved his services for the following year. At first, few complained. To be reserved was to be sure of a job for the coming season. Those who did complain that the reserve clause smacked of slavery, fired, then blacklisted. For the first time in the history of the game, players would serve the interests of the owner. For the next 100 years, the professional game would be dominated by those who owned the field and supplied the ball.
Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Cincinnati Reds. Duarte has come on, right-hander. He fires the first pitch and misses for a ball. It's one of Daniel Duarte, 2.08 ERA in 4.1 innings pitched. The 1-0 to Acuna, and they are going to have Harris in a rundown. He's in a pickle between first and second. Here comes the throw, and they're going to get him. Harris caught with his hand in the cookie jar, and that's 2 outs. Harris looked like he was leaning, and once he realized he was picked off, he said, "Screw it, I'm going." And nowhere to go, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Daniel Duarte, 26 years old, Mexican-born, drafted by the Kansas City Royals in the first round, 2000. Actually, they don't have this is draft 0. That can't be right. 1-0 pitch misses. It's 2-0. The 2-0 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. 97 up top, 2-1. Normally when they tell you the draft, it's right there. Draft 2001, draft 2016. That kind of, it says draft 0. So he was ground 0. He was this is the first draft ever, I guess. The 2-1 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. 2-2. Debuted in 2022. The 2-2 to Ronald. Rocks and fire swung on, bang foul, high chopper down the third base line. 2-2. Braves 5, Reds 4. The 2-2 to Ronald Acuna Jr. Rocks and fire, swing, and that ball is high hopper, hard hopper through the hole. A diving attempt by the third baseman, De La Cruz. Couldn't make that play. And Ronald Acuna's on with 1 on and 2 outs. And here comes Ozzie Albies. A 2-hopper rifled right in between the 5-6 hole. Heck of an attempt by De La Cruz to almost make that play. 1 on, 2 out. Duarte is going to turn around and try to pick off Ronnie. No such luck. That's his first move to first. It's still nothing to count. Reds are shaded a little bit towards the right side of the infield, but nothing big time. Ronald Acuna Jr., he is on the go. He's still second. The throw is high and into center field, and Acuna will chug on down to third. 33rd stolen base of the year. How about that? 90 feet away. And two guys who may be dominating this game for a very, very long time are having a little bit of a powwow down there at third base. Man, you really see how big De La Cruz is when he stands next to Acuna. So a 1-0 count. Pitch is on the way, swung on and fouled straight back. It's 1-1. Still haven't seen it yet. I'd love to see Ronald Acuna Jr. try to steal home plate, especially with 2 outs. Duarte looks in, righty-lefty matchup. Ozzie with the open stance. The pitch. 96 misses high. They're going to say he went around. I don't know about that one. That one, suspect call there by third base umpire Jeremy Recchi. Yeah, he didn't offer it that one. That was that was home cooking at the best. The 1-2 pitch to Ozzie, swing and a miss, strike 3. He kind of had no choice but to swing at that once you get the 2 strikes on him. We'll be back in a flash. Braves lead it 5-4.
Coming out of retirement for this one. Whoa, what? Yeah. Buddy, I don't know who you are. You're about to get chlamydia.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Billy Wagner is possibly the best left-handed reliever of all time. Despite being a lefty, Wagner was born a natural righty. At the age of 7, he broke his right arm not once, but twice. While recovering, Billy learned to throw left-handed, and the rest is history. You might think that the St. Louis Cardinals are named after the bird, but that's not the case. In 1899, a reporter named Willie McHale overheard a woman talking about the, at the time, St. Louis Perfectos uniforms, saying that they were a lovely shade of cardinal. Fans liked the moniker Cardinals, and the name stuck. Armchair.
Washington manager Joe Cantillon had received a report about a 19-year-old pitcher said to be tearing up the Idaho State League. This boy throws so fast you can't see him, the scout said, and he knows where he is throwing because if he didn't, there would be dead bodies all over Idaho. Walter Perry Johnson was a modest country boy from Humboldt, Kansas, with broad shoulders, long arms, and a curious motion that delivered the ball faster than any other pitcher had before him, and perhaps none has since. Still, he was cautious. Before signing up, he asked for a return ticket home, just in case things didn't work out back east. Things did work out. Johnson hurled the ball so fast that one batter left the box after 2 swings. The umpire told him he had a 3rd swing coming. I know, he said, and you can have the next one. It won't do me any good. There's only one way to time Johnson's fastball, said Bertie McCree. When you see the arm start forward, swing. Another batter simply shook his head. You can't hit what you can't see.
In the words of the umpire, Billy Evans, he said, was it hard to call a game that Walter Johnson was pitching? And he said, well, it wasn't really that hard. They wouldn't second guess me because not only were my eyes closed, their eyes were closed too.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves lead it by just 1. Grabbed a 5-0 lead in the top of the first, and the Reds have scored 2 in the second, 2 in the third. We head to the bottom of the 4th. And A.J. Smith-Shawver will go back to work. Face Votto. The first pitch to Votto is off the plate wide. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Rocks and fires. Fastball just misses high. 2-0. The 2-0 pitch from Shawver. Kicks and deals. Fastball right there on the inner cut. It's 2-1. Joey Votto 0 for 1. Ground out in the second. The 2-1 pitch, swing, and fouls it straight back. It's 2-2. Joey Votto just came back a couple of days ago. It does have a home run already. 3 RBI, and 885 OPS. The 2-2 pitch in the dirt, ball 3. Nowhere near the zone. That's the third pitch he's thrown like that. It's skipped up to the plate about, we'll say, 55 feet from the mound. The 3-2 pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball is blasted high and deep. It's a tie ball game. That ball goes over the wall. And Shawver hung another one. 5-5 your score. A.J. Smith-Shawver leaving those balls up and over the plate. And he is paying for it tonight. Goodbread's hitting team. .87-mile-an-hour changeup that just went bananas over the wall. So 5-5 your score. Hit reset on the game. We're tied up. First pitch on the way is inside. Did that get him? I think that got Steer. They're sending him down to first, and Shawver's all over the place. Shawver's coming unglued here in Cincinnati. 20-year-old who's pitched well so far for the Braves. I don't know. That almost looked like it hit the barrel of the bat. I think it did. See if the Braves will actually challenge it. They probably won't because it'll be hard to overturn it. But there's no way that ball hit him because that ball fired off the barrel of the bat. If that would have hit flesh, it would have just trickled away. And he's got a smile. He didn't even wring his hands. That's how you know he didn't get hit. First pitch on the way to Stevenson is a fastball swing and a missed strike. It's 0-1. Phillies lead the Mets 2-1. That game's heading to the fourth. Five-your score. The over-under in Vegas was 11, so they're definitely going to get that tonight. The 0-1 pitch right there on the outer edge, probably a gift strike. 95 on the outer edge. It's 0-2. Bullpen is pretty fresh, so the Braves would be able to go to the pen early. The 0-2 pitch on the way, another hanger. Luckily, stayed out of the zone. 1-2. Colin McHugh is warming up in the pen. A.J. Smith-Shawver. Bumpy road tonight here in Cincy. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt. Nowhere. Good Lord Almighty, get him out of there. That ball maybe 45 feet to the plate. High hopped over Darnode. He is nowhere near the zone. Runner moves down to second. You would think Kranitz would at least go out there and talk to the kid to calm him down. I mean, that's just nerves right there. That ball hit the grass part in between grass and in between the pitcher's mound and home plate. The 2-2 pitch to Stevenson. Fastball misses high and way out of the zone. 3-2. Shawver. You're almost at the point here where you think the best case scenario would be a walk. The payoff pitch. Wind up and lets it fly. Swing, and that ball's hit high and deep into left field. It's going to die just before the warning track for a loud out number 1. That was a major league pop-up. Catch made by Eddie Rosario out and left. F7 in your book. Snicker's going to finally come out and get him. That'll be it. The rookie, well, you're going to get these bumpy roads. We'll be back in a flash. Bullpen, time to do the work.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. The San Francisco Giants were very close to becoming the Toronto Giants. In 1976, Giants owner Horace Stoneham sold the team to a group of companies in Toronto. The Toronto Giants were set to debut later that year, but a U.S. court stopped the deal. After hearing the news, a man named Bob Lurie bought the Giants and kept them in San Francisco.
Braves Country HD, covering America's pastime from spring training all the way to the Fall Classic.
Myers bringing it, and the pitch is hit in the air, foul, off first. Benzinger backing and calling, and the 1990 World Championship belongs to the Cincinnati Reds.
Off field, way back, Blue Jays win it! The Blue Jays are World Series champions! As Joe Carter hits a 3-run home run in the 9th inning, and the Blue Jays have repeated as World Series champions. Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Armchair.
On August 2nd, 1907, I encountered the most threatening sight I ever saw on a ball field. He was only a rookie, and we licked our lips as we warmed up. Evidently, manager Pongo Joe Cantillon had picked a rube out of the cornfields of the deepest bushes to pitch against us. He was a tall, shambling galoot, with arms so long they hung far out of his sleeves and with a sidearm delivery that looked unimpressive at first glance. One of the Tigers imitated a cow mooing, and we hollered, "Get the pitchfork ready, Joe. Your hayseed's on the way back to the barn." The first time I faced him, I watched him take that easy wind-up, and then something went past that made me flinch. The thing just hissed with danger. We couldn't touch him. Every one of us knew we'd met the most powerful arm ever turned loose in a ballpark. Ty Cobb.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Colin McHugh will come into the game, try to put this fire out. McHugh. .7 ERA, 11 walks, 19 strikeouts through 30 innings. Righty-righty matchup, faces the number 9 hitter, Mail. Mail hits it on the ground over to Riley. Riley has it, fires it over to first. A 5-3 put out for out number 2. Runner will have to stay at second. The play was in front of him. So 1 pitch, 1 out. That'll bring TJ Friedel to the plate. TJ's 0 for 1, a walk, a run scored. He's got 2 stolen bases. First pitch on the way is inside. Misses for a ball. It's 1-0. Colin McHugh, 36 years old, from Napierville, Illinois. The 1-0 pitch. Right there at the knees. Good off-speed sweeper. 1-1. Always tend to forget that Colin was drafted by and came up with the Mets in 2012. The 1-1 pitch swung on, bangs it off the instep, rolls foul. Friedel given a second to kind of walk it off, rub some dirt on it. It's 1-2. It's that sweeper again. He hammered it off the inner part of his right foot. Miami still leads their game 1-0. That game is in the 7th. Tampa Bay has taken a 1-run lead over Kansas City, top 7. The 1-2 pitch on the way. McHugh lets it fly in the dirt. Good scoop by Darnode. 2-2. Braves 5, Reds 5, bottom of the 4th inning. The 2-2 pitch, 2 outs. Runner on second. Pitch way off the plate wide. Ball 3. So he has seen 5 pitches in this at bat, and every single one of them has been a sweeper. The 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike three. He came with the gas, 90 miles an hour up top, and that'll end the inning. So McHugh puts out the fire. We'll grab the bats. Top of the fifth, Riley, Olson, and Ozuna coming to the plate.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Slide here is your X. But if that's the call, Mike, Will, and Sam all have to know they're shifting. Open palms to post, thumbs ups to crosser, thumbs downs and out. Trevor, why don't you get up here and draw that for us?
Playing in the NFL is hard, but playing
Armchair.
fantasy football is easy.
Fantasy football time. It's fantasy football time.
You go 14 times and only win one time. It leaves a little sting. But I've said this. I know it's going to sound weird, but I've said this. If I had to go back to the future and know what the results were going to be and trade with the Marlins, who won twice and only went twice, I wouldn't do it. At the 14 times, still thinking that maybe fate might change. Going 14 years in a row is pretty incredible.
Armchair.
It is played everywhere. In parks and playgrounds and prison yards, in back alleys and farmers' fields, by small boys and old men, raw amateurs and millionaire professionals. It is a leisurely game that demands blinding speed. The only game in which the defense has the ball. It follows the seasons, beginning each year with the fond expectancy of springtime and ending with the hard facts of autumn. Americans have played baseball for more than 200 years. While they conquered a continent, warred with one another and with enemies abroad, struggled over labor and civil rights and the meaning of freedom.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. YouTube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way to Austin Riley's well off the plate wide by Duarte. It's 1-0. The 1-0 right there for a strike. About chest high. Inner part of the plate, 1-1. So he's gone sinker. Start off the at bat. The 1-1 pitch swung on. That ball is rifled down into the left field corner. Barehanded. Nice play by Steer to keep Riley to a long single. Pretty impressive play. If he has to go to his glove, Riley's probably going to be able to take second base. Thought the rake that one into the corner was going to be able to get up off the wall, but Steer was on the hustle and barehanded that off the hop. Haven't seen someone barehand the ball out in left field like that since Kevin Mitchell did it on the fly years ago. First pitch on the way to Olson is a 95-mile-an-hour four-seam fastball right down the pipe for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Down and in. 1-1. Braves 5, Reds 5. The 1-1 pitch, one on, nobody out, and it is inside, down low for a ball, 2-1. He's gone four-seam cutter and changeup. Changeup about 7 miles an hour slower than the fastball. The 2-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted high down the left field line. Going back on the track. Over the wall. He'll take the grand tour. Jackpot, baby. It's a 2-run bomb by the Ice House. 22nd home run of the season. 54th RBI. 359 happy feet over the left field gate. And the Braves lead it 7-5. Holy cow. He stepped into that, and it was a smooth swing, but I was thinking it was going to go off the wall, best case scenario. It just kept going and going and going. That Energizer Bunny has made it 7-5. First pitch on the way from Duarte. It's off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Marcell Ozuna 1 for 2. Even though Duarte's given up that home run, I'll tell you what, he's got a nasty, it's like a heavy sinker. The 1-0 pitch swung on and grounded over to third. De La Cruz has it, grabs it, hops, flips it over to first, and it's a 5-3 putout, 1 down. Wonder if there's any Reds fans can tell us the chances if the Reds fall out of the race for some reason, which I don't think they will. Would he be on the trade market? Travis d'Arnaud, 1 for 2. He's got a 3-run home run. First pitch on the way to Travis is swung on, lifted high in the sky, going deep, back on the track, making the catch at the wall. It looks like a fan's cap came over the wall. The catch was made. And they went back and gave the fan his cap. I didn't know if he might get, well, hold on to that thought, because he might get tossed. It could be an accident, but if you have something fall over the wall like that, first thing security is going to think is that it was intentional. I don't think it was intentional by the fan. Duarte's going to hit the showers. Reds going to the bullpen. We'll be back in a flash. Keep it locked here on Braves Country HD.
Hey, can I tell you one thing? That's 3 holding penalties on one football team in a quarter and a half. That ain't funny.
Braves Country HD covers the whole SEC the whole season long.
Dobbs heaves it. They're bunched up in the end zone. It's tipped up. It's caught. It is caught. Jawan Jennings.
Just the start of things. First quarter at the game of ball in Jacksonville. And Walker digs to the right. Gets outside. The 35. Look out. He's past midfield and he's got a blocker. Touch to the inside. Herschel Walker. There he goes again.
Straight up the middle. Touchdown. Delayed reaction, but Tebow got in. Oh, jump pass. How about that? Oh, my gosh. It's like 1955. Holy cow. Are you kidding me?
Armchair.
SEC!
Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long, giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key.
I tell people this all the time. You might think I'm crazy when I tell you this, but the easiest place to hit today is the big leagues. It is, and I'll tell you why. You make the big leagues. The lights are better. The umpires are better. Pitching control is better. And maybe most importantly, you're facing the same guys year after year after year. They don't get better. They don't change their philosophy.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Alexis Diaz comes into the game. Left-hander, the 2.03 ERA. First pitch on the way is a strike right at the knees to Rosario. It's 0-1. And do the Reds have anyone in their bullpen that doesn't have an ERA around 2? The 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball is rifled up the middle under the glove of India. Good piece of hitting by Rosario. He's on with 2 away, 1 on. Orlando Arcia coming to the plate. India had to try to make a sliding backhanded stab. It was going to be his only chance. I don't know if he would have been able to throw him out, but it was his only chance to be able to do a backhanded job with a pop-up and throw. First pitch on the way to Orlando Arcia is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Young lets it fly. Swing and a miss. Change up. 86 miles an hour, just over the top of it. It's 1-1. Braves 7, Reds 5, high scoring affair here in Cincinnati, Ohio on a Friday evening. The 1-1 from Young. Swing and a high banger over to third. Unicorn's got it, flips it over to first, and it's a 5-3 put out to end the inning. But not before your Atlanta Braves take a 2-run lead. We'll be back in a flash heading to the bottom of the 5th.
Let me tell you something. If the U.S. government decides to stick a tracking device up your ass, you say thank you and God bless America.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
I'm drinking wine on a Wednesday before noon, bro. Have fun at your job, LOL. Link in bio.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
It's the game my father taught me how to play. It's time I saw things on a level plane. Something was rolling towards me, and it said Spalding on it. I picked it up. Instinctually, we push it back. And those days, those summer days became fall days, became our Sundays together with my brothers and I, and my dad whipping off his wicked curve. I just remember how my hands hurt. And first, as I was afraid of the ball and his coaching, keep your shoulder in there. Don't bail out. It's not going to hurt you, and that's what I remember.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Colin McHugh goes back to work in the first pitch. Good Lord, they hit him. McLean heads down to first. Pitch on the inner track. I guess it hit him. I don't know about that one. It might have barely touched him. That'll bring India to the plate. India 0 for 2. First pitch inside. Oh, good Lord. Is this a replay? Colin McHugh's hit the first two batters, and there's runners on first and second, nobody out. Both pitches just sail in, and they're hitting them right in that little arm protective area, so they're not getting out of the way. But anyway you look at it, their pitches inside off the plate. That'll bring De La Cruz to the plate with nobody out and 2 on. He takes a hack at the first pitch and swing and a miss strike. It's on 1. De La Cruz is 2 for 2 with a double and a 2-run home run. He has scored 2 runs. The 0-1 pitch. Right there for a strike. 79-mile-an-hour sweeper. It's 0-2. McHugh's going to have to quit hanging that sweeper right there in his wheelhouse. We saw how that turned out last time. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Right. Wow. It was right there on the outer part of the zone. Should have been a call to strike. Chad Fairchild missed strike 3. Instead, it's 1-2. McHugh's got to want that pitch. I mean, that was a bad call. McHugh turns and goes to offer to fire it over to second. Runner dives back in, but he keeps the ball in his pocket. Will still count as an offering to the base. Runners on first and second, nobody out. The 1-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball is going to get dropped into center field. Down for a base hit. A run will score. It's 7-6. And the blown call by the umpire leads to a run. There's runners on the corners and nobody out. So the blown call by Chad Fairchild leads to a broken bat single. No chance for Harris to make a play on the ball. This feels like the first 1-15 is going to win this one. 7-6 your score, nobody out. Tying runs at third. First pitch to Fraley, who's hit a home run. He hammers it down the first baseline, foul, and it's 0-1. Jake Fraley is 1 for 2 with a 2-run home run. McHugh turns and fires it over to first to keep De La Cruz close by. De La Cruz is so tall, I'm thinking like 3 strides and he can steal second. The 0-1 from McHugh. Righty-lefty matchup. Swing and a miss. De La Cruz is on the way. He steals second with ease. There's runners on second and third, nobody out. McHugh gets up and does the Ronald Acuna Jr. motorcycle mime scenario. Man, oh man, if Arcia would have stuck with it and kept that tag on him, De La Cruz came off the bag, but he didn't. The 0-2 pitch. Just misses outside for a strike according to Fairchild, and it's 1-2. Fairley batting .348 and 6 home runs of runners in scoring position. Righty-lefty matchup. The wind up the pitch. Inside 2-2. Braves 7, Cincinnati 6. Bottom of the 5th inning. About halfway through this and already 13 runs. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him. Pulled the string on that one. A big out, number 1. Meanwhile, Philadelphia leads the Mets. That is 2-1 in the 5th. Joey Votto comes to the plate. Votto, see if they pitch to him or pitch around him. The first pitch on the way to Votto is swung on and grounded, foul down the first base line. It's 0-1. You got Steer on deck. You almost wonder if you would pitch around Votto, put him on to put a force play at every bag. The 0-1 from McHugh, the 20th of the night, and way off the plate, wide sweeper misses. It's 1-1. Twins lead the Tigers 4-0. That game is in the bottom of the 6th. Houston and the Dodgers, the Trash Can Bowl, that one is tonight at 10:10. The 1-1 misses high and out of the zone, 2-1. Yankees and Rangers are tied up at 1. That game is in the 6th inning. Looks to be pretty much a sold out Great American Park. The 2-1 pitch. Inside ball 3-1. So yeah, I think they're pitching around Votto. I don't think it's not necessarily that you want to pitch to get to Steer. He's a pretty good batter himself, but Votto just doesn't strike out. The 3-1 to Votto. Swing, and that ball's belted high and deep. I do not know why he threw that. That is gone. So an unbelievably stupid pitch by McHugh and Darnode makes it a 2-run game. It's 9-7 Cincinnati. 3-1 count on Joey Votto. He just laid a sweeper in there. Unbelievable. 3-run shot, 9-7. Still a long way to go in this one, obviously. But you would have thought they would have put him on. So a 3-run shot, and the bases are clear now. And Steer comes to the plate, who's 0 for 1. And it looks like, well, they're not showing it, but I'm assuming that they're going to, it looks like we're going to get a pitching change. We'll be back in a flash.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Whatever We Have in Stock Are Us, your one-stop place to shop for whatever we happen to have lying around at the time.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
I apologize for the distractions. It's not what he said, you ignorant wretch. Spanish is worse than your English.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone.
Done.
By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
I saw a sign on this door that said exit only. So I entered it and I went up to the guy working there and I was like, I have some good news.
I see great things in baseball. It's our game, the American game. It will take our people out of doors, fill them with oxygen, give them a larger physical stoicism, tend to relieve us from being a nervous, dyspeptic set, repair these losses, and be a blessing to us. Walt Whitman.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Heller is in the game. This is for the first pitch out of the zone. It's 1-0. Quickly back to work. The 1-0 pitch down, and they're going to call that one low as well. 2-0. Spencer Steeler 0 for 1. Hit by pitch. The 2-0 pitch down below the knees, way out of the zone. 3-0. So back what I was saying, would have made a lot more sense to walk Votto, have a force at every bag, and have the right-hander McHugh face Steer, the right-hander. The 3-0 pitch right there, first strike, 95, 3-1. I don't know if Snicker's necessarily punting this game, but he's putting the worst foot forward on the bullpen. So you wonder if the Braves don't score to make this more competitive, which direction he'll go. As Heller misses and he walks the first batter he faces, 1 on, 1 out, and Stevenson coming to the plate. Stevenson, the number 8 hitter. First pitch on the way, 96, misses up top, 1-0. So Heller's come out of the bullpen firing blanks. The 1-0 from Heller. Swing, and that ball's lifted high. Down the right field line. Making the running catch is Acuna. Ronald Acuna Jr. makes the catch. Runs into the wall there in the right field area. Kind of stretching his knees out. Looks to be okay for out number 1. He had to run a long way and then put on the brakes at the last minute. So 2 outs, 1 on. Nine to 7 your score. Welcome to Great American Small Park. It is a high-scoring affair usually here. Runner chased back to first by the toss by Heller. Mail is at the plate. He's 0 for 2. First pitch on the way. Up top for a strike, 95 miles an hour. It's 0-1. Braves infield shaded to the left. The 0-1 pitch. Up top. Called for a high strike. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch from Heller. Lets it fly. Right there. Strike 3. Caught looking. Well, that'll end the inning. Stop the bleeding. Braves trail by 2, but a long way to go in a high-scoring game.
Now, if you want to crown them, but they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
ACC football covered like no other here on Braves Country HD.
Against the blitz. Touchdown, Florida State. Rock Preston scores the touchdown. And now it's Bowden's decision. And he sends Mowry onto the field right away. Danny Cannell is the holder. Mowry ties it. This game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie.
A deep throw by Lawrence. A lot of contact. Justin Ross broke free from it. He's down in the end zone. Touchdown, Clemson. Justin Ross, a freshman wide receiver, big, rangy.
If you're a fan of the ACC, pull up an armchair. You're home.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Zitshot. It travels 60 feet 6 inches from the pitcher's mound to home, and it can cover that distance at nearly 100 miles an hour. Along the way, it can be made to twist, spin, curve, wobble, rise, or fall away.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way from Young to Michael Harris II is called for a strike right there at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Down and in, 1-1. Michael Harris II, 1 for 2. Single in the 4th inning. Standing on deck is Ronald Acuna Jr. The 1-1 pitch. Yeah, down and away, 2-1. Harris now has his batting average up to 257. Almost 100 points on his batting average over the last few weeks. The 2-1. Rocks and fire. Swing and bangs it off the plate foul. Off his instep, and it's 2-2. The 2-2 to Harris. Lefty-lefty matchup. The wind up the pitch. Swing! And that ball is fisted foul and out of play. We'll do it again. It's 2-2. Young closed out the last inning. Still at just 10 pitches for the evening. The 2-2 from Young. From the set, the 2-2 swing, and that ball's grounded over to second. It's going to be an easy 4-3 putout for out number 1. Tampa Bay Rays bats finally woke up. They're up 8-3 in the heading to the 7th. Texas and the Yankees, they're tied at 1 in the 7th. And Cincinnati's going to go to the pen. So this is turning into a bullpen. You'd think this is the playoff game. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Why is there a pancake in the silverware drawer?
Why is there silverware in the pancake drawer?
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Don't miss a moment of heart-stopping NFL coverage on Braves Country HD.
Riggins. He's going to go all the way. Unless Blackwood can catch him, and he can't.
3rd and 3. We'll see a pickup sometime on the right side, possibly. Montana looking, throwing in the end zone. Mark caught it. Dwight Clark.
Only 12 seconds left to play third quarter. Here's Marcus Allen cutting back upfield, and Marcus Allen could be gone. 74 yards for Marcus Allen.
The quiet man of this football team, Scott Norwood. He can fire the shot heard round the world now. Here we go with 8 seconds to play. High drama here in the Super Bowl. But in the air, it's got the distance.
It measures just 9 inches in circumference, weighs only about 5 ounces, and is made of cork wound with woolen yarn, covered with 2 layers of cowhide, and stitched by hand precisely 216 times.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail by 2 in a high-scoring affair. Top of the 6th inning, Ronald Acuna Jr. versus Guibo. Ian Guibo has a 3.31 ERA, and the first pitch is swung on and popped up. Acuna spins around in disgust as he swung at the first pitch. First time he sees a guy. Not exactly the best game plan. There's one away. 2 down. Ozzie Albies comes to the plate. Braves on an 8-game winning streak. Reds on an 11-game winning streak. Just the third time in the last 100 years is the first pitch on the way to Ozzie's 96 miles an hour above the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. This is just the third time in the last 100 years that 2 teams with winning streaks of 8 or more have ran into each other. The 0-1 misses inside 1-1. The 1-1 on the way. Off the plate wide, 2-1. Braves trail by just 2. Still 3+ innings left in this one. The 2-1 pitch. Down below the knees. Ball 3. Standing on deck is Austin Riley. The 3-1 delivery. Check swing foul. 96 was off the plate, but Ozzie couldn't lay off. It's a full count. The payoff pitch to Ozzie. Right-hander looks in. Kicks and fires. Inside, ball 4. So the walk to Ozzie Albies with 2 outs. And Austin Riley comes to the plate. Miami leads Pittsburgh 1-0 in the 9th. Miami leads Pittsburgh 1-0 in the 9th. Pittsburgh is at bat. Austin Riley comes to the plate. The first pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. 95 up top. It's 0-1. Man, the Marlins just do not lose. The 0-1 pitch to Riley. Righty-righty matchup. They're going to turn and fire to keep Ozzie close by. Ozzie's well underneath the throw. Do it again. It's 0-1. Riley 2 for 3, 2 singles, 2 runs, an RBI. They set up outside wide, righty-righty matchup. The wind up the pitch. Ozzie is going, and he is safe. Head first slide. The helmet comes off. Ozzie asks for time. He steals second. Just his 4th stolen base of the year. Good jump by Ozzie. Good throw, by the way. That was right on the money. Ozzie just beat the throw. Mela has got a cannon. So runner on second. The 0-2 pitch. 96 up high. He did not go around. It's 1-2. Pitcher and catcher were both headed off the mound towards the dugout. They thought that he went around. Looking at the replay of it, I didn't think so at the first. Nah, he held up. So a 1-2 count to Riley. A single would cut this lead in half. The wind up, the pit. Whoa, time is called. Hindcatcher Male wants to go out there and talk this over. So they'll go back to work. Catcher will go park behind home plate. You got a 1-2 count to Riley. Probably wanted to go over the signs with the runner on second. The 1-2 pitch. Looks in from the set position. Lets it go. Swing, and that ball's rifled foul down the right field line. Do it again at 1-2. 96 miles an hour right down the pipe. The Reds infield pretty much straight away to Riley. The 1-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball is rifled foul back out of play. Behind home plate. And over the screen, it's 1-2. If Riley can keep it going, Matt Olson, who has already hit one out, is standing on deck. 1-2 count. He comes set, looks back. Ozzie at second base, rocking back and forth. Here's the pitch in the dirt, off the plate. 2-2. Pittsburgh might have something cooking in Miami. They've just pulled off a double steal. They trail by 1 in the top of the 9th. There's 1 out, and they just pulled off a double steal. So they got runners on second and third. Keep you updated as that goes along. The 2-2 pitch. Winds up and lets it fly. Swing, and that ball's lifted high, but just behind it. It'll be an easy catch out there and right by Fraley. Braves threat but fail to score. We head to just the bottom of the 6th. It's 9-7 in Cincy.
Cheeseburger, 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 cheeseburger.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@BravesCountry. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
I only drink alcohol on days that start with a T. So that's Tuesday, Thursday, today, tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone.
Done.
By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
It is an American odyssey that links sons and daughters to fathers and grandfathers. And it reflects a host of age-old American tensions between workers and owners, scandal and reform, the individual and the collective.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Ben Heller will go back to work. 10 pitches into the evening, and the first pitch is way outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. He'll face the top of the order, TJ Friedel. He's 0 for 2. Scored a run, 2 stolen bases. The 1-0 is way inside for a ball, 2-0. So 2 pitches by Heller in this inning, and both of them are way off the plate. The 2-0 on the way. Way inside, ball 3. Good Lord. Pittsburgh has tied it up with the Marlins. It's 1-1. Heller getting the rosin bag. The 3-0 from Heller. Righty-lefty matchup. Off the plate wide. No, not one of those pitches was anywhere near the zone. 4-pitch walk starts off the bottom of the 6th for Heller. It's about time to turn back time here on Braves Country Baseball. Squeeze it in as we go along. McLean come to the plate, and the first pitch to McLean is a 95-mile-an-hour fastball up top right there for a strike. It's 0-1. McLean 0 for 2, a hit by pitch. He scored a run in the 5th. The 0-1 right there for a strike. Top shelf, right corner, 0-2. India on deck. De La Cruz in the hole. Heller turns and fires it over to first. Keep the runner close by. On this date, 1917, after Red Sox starter Babe Ruth walks leadoff man Ray Morgan on 4 pitches, home plate umpire Brick Owens ejects him when he gets into a shouting match over the balls and strikes. The 0-2 pitch. Inside, nowhere near. Gets back. Goes all the way to the backstop. Friedel runs down to second. After getting thrown out, Ernie Shore comes into the contest, retires the next 26 batters. Becomes the first combined no-hitter in Major League Baseball history. That was in 1917. The 1-2 pitch, runner on second, nobody out. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep into center field, going back on the track at the just before the wall. Harris will make the catch, but the runner will move up to third. So he's 90 feet away. 1 out. On this date, 1946, at the Polo Grounds, Eddie Wakus Marv Rickert hit back-to-back inside the park home runs in the 4th inning. The Cubs will still lose the game 15-10. Sounds a lot like this game. First pitch on the way to Indy is a swing and a miss strike. 96 up top. It's 0-1. Jonathan India 0 for 2. He's hit by a pitch. Scored a run. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on. That ball is rifled right up the middle for whatever reason the Braves infield was in. And that'll be an easy single, RBI single. It's 10-7 Cincinnati. I can see playing the defense halfway, but it was all the way in. Strange defense, trailing by 2 in the 6th in a high-scoring game. So that'll bring De La Cruz to the plate. Seeing what the Unicorn can do so far. He's 3 for 3, a double, a single, a 2-run jack. He's a triple away from the cycle, and it's the 6th inning. First pitch on the way, 95 miles an hour, swung on and fouled straight back. It's 0-1. He now has a 356 average and a 1043 OPS. The bat looks like a toothpick in his hand. The 0-1 pitch. Down and in, 1-1. Braves are shading him to pull towards the right side of the infield. The 1-1 is way inside, 2-1. Pirates have taken a 2-1 lead over the Marlins. The 2-1 pitch to De La Cruz. Swing, and that ball's hammered down towards the first base line, but foul. Do it again at 2-2. Braves 7, Reds 10. Runner on first, 1 out. The 2-2 swung on, and that ball is rifled into the gap. It's going to get down up against the wall. 4 for 4 night for Cruz, and he's going for it, and I don't blame him. He is going to have a triple. He's got a cycle. De La Cruz, RBI triple. They are pounding Heller. And he's got the cycle. And it's the 6th inning. He'll get at least 1 more, if not 2 more at bats the way this is going. He can absolutely fly. That ball came off the wall, and he didn't even think about stopping at second. He wanted that cycle. I can't blame him. So 7-11 is your score now. Fraley comes to the plate. Righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch on the way is a fastball. Good Lord. Fairchild misses another one. 95 called for a ball, but it was right there in the zone. It's 1-0. Braves have the infield in again. The 1-0 pitch. Inside, 2-0. On this date in 2000, Brett Boone drives in 6 runs when he hits 3 home runs in the Padres' 10-7 victory over Cincinnati. Ruben Rivera, 3-run jack in the top of the 10th off of Scott Williamson is the difference in the Synergy Field contest 23 years ago today. 2-0 pitch, misses wide again. Heller nowhere near the zone, 3-0. So this game right now isn't turning out well, but at least the Pirates have a 3-1 lead over the Marlins. That game is in the 9th. Pirates still batting. The 3-0, right there for a strike taken all the way by Fraley. It's 3-1. They ran A.J. Puck out of the game, the closer. Former University of Florida pitcher. Been pretty good this year. The 3-1 pitch, right there for a strike on the inner part of the plate. 3-2. Fraley doesn't like it. Home plate umpire Fairchild said something to the effect of, well, I've given you all those other pitches. I got to call something. So a full count to Fraley. Still just 1 out. Infield drawn in. Swung on, and that ball is hammered down towards the first base dugout. We'll do it again. It's 3-2. Braves once led this game 5-0. But A.J. Smith-Shawver could not find the zone. And Heller hasn't done much better. The 3-2 pitch. Swung on, pops it up, but it's out of play. Do it again. Philly leads the Mets 3-1. Braves came in today 6 in front of Miami, 10 in front of Philadelphia, 14 in front of the Mets, and 20 in front of Washington. Heller looks in, the payoff pitch in the dirt, ball 4. So Heller continues to struggle. He's at 33 pitches now. Snicker will finally come out and get him and head to the pen. So we'll be back in a flash. Braves trail by 4, but still a long way to go in a high-scoring affair.
Yeah. Prognosis negative.
Smith corks one into right down the line. It may go. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Ortiz into deep right field.
Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Little roller up along first. Behind the bag. It gets through Buckner. Here comes Knight, and the Mets win it.
This is
Armchair.
High fly ball into right field. She is gone.
A lot of room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Braves. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
Oh, wow. I'm pretty sure that's going to be there it is. Another flag on the play.
Multiple flags on the play. Holding. Offense number 97. That penalty was declined. Touchdown. After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct. Offense number 22. Penalty will be applied to the kickoff.
This is going to be one of the strangest calls.
That son of a... You playing against Dick this week? Yeah. Could be worse, man. When I played against him, he ejected all my players.
What? Armchair.
At its heart lie mythic contradictions. A pastoral game born in crowded cities. An exhilarating democratic sport that tolerates cheating and has excluded as many as it has included. A profoundly conservative game that often manages to be years ahead of its time.
Please like and subscribe today. Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves trail by 4, but there's been 18 runs scored in the game, so don't go anywhere. Cincinnati, one of the weaker bullpens in baseball, so the Braves still have a few more cracks at it. Kirby Yates will come on. He'll be hoping to induce a ground ball or maybe a strikeout here. He'll be facing the dangerous bat of Votto, and the first pitch is on the way. Is swung on, hammered down the right field line. Just foul, excuse me. It's 0-1. Votto hit a hanger that McHugh threw in there at 3-1 his last time up. To give the Reds the lead at the time, it would have made a lot of sense for McHugh to, with a 3-1 pitch. I don't understand why they didn't just go ahead and put him on, but to pitch out of the zone and face the two right-handers at the bottom of the order. Instead, he gave up the jack, the 0-1 pitch from Yates. Right there up top stairs for a strike, 85 mile an hour. It's 0-2. So he's gone splitter here to start the at-bat. Votto 2 for 3. Yates turns around, kicks and fires it over to first. And did De La Cruz try to go home? He's out. Got him. De La Cruz tried to steal home. Head first slide. He was out by a mile. He got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Olsen gunned him down. Not a terrible decision by De La Cruz, but he waited a long time to take off. Just saw the full replay, the panned out version, and he waited a long time to take off. Think if he goes the first time that Darno, I think if he goes on the first move to first, I think he's got an actual chance of getting underneath Darno's tag, but he waited a long time. So 1 on, 2 outs, and the 0-2 from Yates. The wind up, the pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. That'll end the inning. Braves trail by 4. We'll head to the 7th. In the heart of the order, Olsen, Ozuna, and Darno will grab the bats.
Oh, yeah? Well, me and the Lord, we got an understanding. We're on a mission from God.
Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5. And we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key.
NBA tradition says rookies must carry all veterans' bags on road trips. But a rookie, Larry Bird, on his very first road trip with the Boston Celtics, stood up in front of every veteran on the bus and said, "I want you guys to know I'm never going to get you any water, and I'm never going to carry one bag, ever." And he never did.
Armchair.
Bad food and overpriced drink had been sold at ballparks since the 1850s, but it took one very ambitious British-born caterer to turn concessions into an empire. Harry M. Stevens had begun his career hawking scorecards in the 1880s, all the while regaling the crowds with quotes from Byron and Shakespeare. By 1901, he was peddling hard-boiled eggs, ham sandwiches, ice cream, and slices of pie in stadiums from New York to Ohio. Then, one cold afternoon, when ice cream sales slowed at the Polo Grounds, he sent out for German sausages, which he put in long buns so fans could hold and eat them. He had made his greatest contribution to the game, introducing hot dogs to the ballpark.
Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Buck Farmer comes on. 2.48 ERA. The first pitch on the way. Misses high and out of the zone to Matt Olsen. It's 1-0. Farmer looks in. The 1-0 pitch to Olsen. Lets it go high. Misses 2-0. Braves trail by 4, but in a high-scoring game like this, heart of the order here for the Atlanta Braves could get going in a hurry. The 2-0 pitch. Swing and fouls it down the line. Bending foul. Making the catch in the corner. Good catch. Outstanding catch by Steer for out number 1. That slow winding swing by Olsen just couldn't get around on that. He had to jump at the wall in foul territory. Not much room between the foul line and the stands. Banged in the wall. Appears to be okay. There's one away. Marcell Ozuna will come to the plate. Pittsburgh did hold on and beat Miami. So the Braves won't lose any ground there. The first pitch on the way is fastball, top of the zone. For a strike, it's 0-1. Same two teams back at it tomorrow afternoon. We'll have it play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch. The 0-1 pitch swung on and hit high and deep into the left field corner. Man, Steer is busy tonight. He'll make the catch for out number 2. So 2 down, and Travis d'Arnaud comes to the plate. First pitch, 4:10 Eastern tomorrow. We'll have it pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play here. Pregame show come on at 3:30. Travis d'Arnaud, at the time, seemed like a big play. Hit a 3-run jack in the first to make it 4-0. First pitch on the way, he swings and misses. It's 0-1. d'Arnaud now with 5 home runs on the year. Time is called. Finish up that turn back time on this date in 2012. Jim Thome sets a major league mark with his 13th walk-off home run. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. Solo shot over the left field wall in the bottom of the 9th inning gives the Phillies a dramatic 7-6 win over Tampa Bay. Before the home run, the 41-year-old, as the 0-2 pitch misses high, 1-2, had shared the record with 5 Hall of Famers: Jimmy Fox, Mickey Mantle, Babe Ruth, Stan Musial, and Frank Robinson. Now that's a list. That's your turn back time for June 23rd. The 1-2 pitch off the plate wide, 2-2, 94, just off the block. Braves trail by 4, top of the 7th inning. 2-2, 2 outs. The pitch on the way, inside, ball 3. Hindcatcher Mail wanted the call, tried to frame it. So a 3-2 count, the payoff pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball is just over the leaping glove of the shortstop. McLean thought he was going to make that play. That was an athletic attempt. Just got over his outstretched glove and into center field. It's a 2-out single to keep things going. And here comes Eddie Rosario. Eddie Rosario talked about it in the pregame. I said this was going to be a fun series. This is not a fun series, a fun game. I mean, unbelievable. Much more exciting than the couple we played against Philadelphia. The first pitch on the way to Eddie is just off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Eddie, 1 for 2, a walk, a single, a run scored. The 1-0. Rocks and fires right there at the knees, 95, 1-1. Eddie's batting average now up to 271. The Rangers and Yankees are tied at 2 in the bottom of the 8th. The 1-1 pitch, swing, and that ball is hit high and deep. Going back on the track, off the wall. Comes off the wall, and Eddie's going to cruise into second. d'Arnaud too slow to come around to score. Thought that one had a chance to go, but he just missed a home run. That ball went off the wall at the 370 mark, just to the left of the 370 mark. And a fan, looks like the fan might have touched the ball. Yes, the fan's glove hit it. So we'll see what the ruling is there. Different, probably be a ground rule double, but I don't know, which wouldn't change anything essentially. But Jeffrey Mayer Jr. was out there in center field trying to scoop the ball over the wall, and his hat or his glove, I couldn't make out what that was. I think it's his hat. He tried to catch it, and the ball hit his hat, and it dragged the hat and the ball back over the wall. And I don't think they're doing anything. You know, this is strange. This is the second time someone out in that center field or in the bleachers have interfered with the ball, and usually you get escorted, but security's letting them go. First pitch on the way to Arcia is a fastball on the edge for a strike. It's 0-1. So you got runners on second and third to reset this. 2 outs. Braves trail by 4. They could cut the lead in half with a single. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Chase that one well off the edge. It's 0-2. So RC has got himself in a hole now after swinging at that one off the plate. You got an 0-2 count. Righty-righty matchup. To wind up the pitch. High. Tried to get him to chase it. Good take by Orlando. It's 1-2. If Orlando can keep it going, Michael Harris II is on deck. The 1-2 pitch. In the dirt. Good block by Mail. 2-2. If he can't keep it going, Harris would come to the plate and Acuna would be on deck as Acuna stands in the hole as we speak. 2-2. Reds infield is playing back. The 2-2 on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Blew it right by him. Orlando Arcia never had a chance. We'll head to the bottom of the 7th inning. Get up and stretch, Braves country.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you. A 1, a 2, a 3.
Casey was baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the hometown through every stew. Casey Blue. On a Saturday, her young beau called to see if she'd like to go to see a show, but Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and be home again.
Casey saw all the games, knew the players by their first name, told the umpire he was wrong all along. Good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, Casey knew what to do. Just to cheer up the boys he knew, he made the gang sing this song.
Take me out to the ball game. Come on. Me out with the crowd. I don't care if I ever get back.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail by 4. They're going to send Kirby Yates back out to the mound. 4-run deficit. They won't use the back end of the bullpen just yet. Steer comes to the plate. He's 0 for 1. It's about time for birthdays here on Braves Country. We'll do that here in 1 second. The first pitch on the way. It's off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Welcome into all the newcomers and all the regulars. Please like and subscribe today. We're here for Braves Country Baseball. Pitch play-by-play. The 1-0 swing and a miss, 92 up top. It's 1-1. Happy birthday to Tim Anderson of the Chicago White Sox. He's 30 years old, 97 home runs in his career. The 1-1 swung on and fouled straight back. It's 1-2. Colin Montgomery, Scottish golfer, won the U.S. Senior and U.S. PGA Championship, Senior PGA Championship. He turned 60 today. Born in Glasgow, Scotland. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. And there's one away. Bridget Sloan, American gymnast who was born in Cincinnati, Ohio. She turns 31 today. And Selma Blair is 51. And that's your birthdays. Tyler Stevenson comes to the plate. He's 0 for 2 with the walk in the second. First pitch on the way is a high strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Stevenson 0 for 2. The 0-1 pitch. Down and in. 1-1. Braves and Reds back at it tomorrow at 4:10. We'll have it pitch by pitch, play by play. It'll be Jared Schuster on the mound for your Atlanta Braves. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and rifled foul down the line. Do it again. It's 1-2. Seattle and Baltimore have gotten started in that rain delay. It's 1-0 Seattle. Rangers and Yanks are tied in the ninth. The 1-2 from Yates. Swung on and fouled down the line. Do it again. Phillies lead the Mets 5-1 in the seventh. A's and Jays, they are tied at 4 heading to the ninth in Toronto. Milwaukee 6-1 over Cleveland in the ninth. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and fouls it back. 1-2. Boston and the White Sox and the Red Sox 3-1 Boston in the fifth. Angels 2-2 versus Colorado in the third. The 1-2 on the way. Did he go around? Looked like he did. He did. Strike 3. Check swing. Stevenson doesn't look too happy, but guy who's normally behind the plate's not going to make too big of a stink of it with a 4-run lead. He wants his team to get the same calls. So Stevenson will go grab some pine, and that'll bring Mail, tonight's catcher, up to the plate. The first pitch up the middle, and it swung on and grounded up the middle. Second base umpire Jeremy Rennick had to hop over the ball, and it's a 2-out single for Mail. I think the umpire was in the middle of moving around, and he just he got caught in no man's land, didn't know which way to go, and he ran kind of right into the ball. Ended up getting out of the way, so it didn't affect it. That'll bring TJ Friedel to the plate. Righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch is a strike on the inner cut. 94 miles an hour. It's 0-1. Though a well-placed strike, Darnode was set up on the outer edge. Crossed him up. Wasn't sure if he was going to get that call or not. The 0-1 set up outside. Just off the plate wide. 1-1. Home plate umpire Chad Fairchild has not given the outside corner at all tonight, even when it's hit the zone. The 1-1 pitch. Set up outside again in the dirt, 2-1. If you're looking ahead to the top of the eighth inning, the Braves will have the top of the order due up. It'll be Harris and then Acuna and Ozzie. The 2-1 pitch. Set him outside again. Swing, and that ball is blasted high, but not deep enough. Acuna's underneath it in right field. He'll make the catch for out number 3. We'll head to the top of the eighth. Harris, Acuna, and Albies heading to the plate.
Imaginary hat. What is this? What are we doing? So dumb.
G'day. Hi, it's Dean, calling from Cyprus.
Buongiorno, Dino.
My mate wants me to rub sun cream on his back.
Holy dooly. A delicate matter, but a burnt wingman is useless. So there are rules.
Okay.
Only put cream where he can't reach. Between his shoulder blades. The safe zone.
Right, anything else?
Whack it on thick, mate. Last thing you want to do is a second coach. And remember, Dino, the following things are not permitted. Eye contact. Scented candles. Power balance. And do not apply if he's wearing budgie smugglers. Are we all clear?
Crystal. Cheers, fellas.
No dramas.
Armchair.
Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
What was your first impression of me? I thought you wore too much makeup and were a slut. I was wrong. You don't wear too much makeup.
Despite their pleas for forgiveness, Hulbert banned all 4 players from baseball forever. For 5 years, Jim Devlin haunted the corridors outside meetings of the National League club owners, hoping somehow to be reinstated. Desperate, he wrote to Harry Wright, still the most respected man in the game. Harry Wright did nothing.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Lucas Sims, familiar face coming to the mound. Sims has a 2.6 ERA, the right-hander, 27 and 2/3 innings, 34 Ks, 17 walks. He's carved himself out a pretty good role here in Cincinnati. He'll come on to face Harris, Acuna, and Ozzie. First pitch on the way to Harris, misses outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Fastball up top. The 1-0 from Sims. A high kick, swing, and fouls it down the line. 1-1. The 1-1 on the way. Swing and pops it foul back out of play into the stands behind home plate. 1-2. One-two pitch from Sims. 96 up top, fouled back. Do it again. Lucas Sims, former first round, 21st pick overall by the Atlanta Braves in 2012. Went to Brookwood in Snellville, Georgia. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and just got a I guess they're going to say he struck out. I thought he foul tipped it, but Harris is heading back to back to the third base dugout with no argument. So strikeout number 1. Nasty break on that pitch. Yeah, okay. He didn't hit it. It was the catcher. The ball just popped out of his glove. It had kind of a weird spin to it. First pitch on the way to Acuna. Swung on. That ball is roasted into the right field. Over the wall, baby. Ding dong, that pitch is dead. Ronald Acuna Jr., a solo shot. His 16th of the year. 47th RBI. 368 happy feet over the left field wall. And the Braves have cut it to an 11-8 lead. That got out in a hurry, 111 miles an hour off the bat. He absolutely tattooed that ball. He was sitting dead red on that one. So Braves bring it within 3, and that'll bring Ozzie Albies to the plate. Ozzie digs in on the first pitch and comes out of his shoes on a changeup, 83 miles an hour. Pulled the string on that one. It's 0-1. Lucas Sims, 29 years old. He debuted for the Braves in 2017 and then was traded to Cincinnati halfway through the year in 2018. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled down the first base line. Giving chase is Votto, but he couldn't catch up. It's 0-2. Sims has been with the Cincinnati Reds ever since. Has had some injury issues, but all in all has been a really good relief pitcher for the Reds. The 0-2 from Sims. The windup lets it go. Inside. Ozzie has to dive out of the way. Probably should have stuck his leg out there and taken first base. It's 1-2. Easier said than done, though, right? The 1-2 pitch from Sims. Righty-lefty matchup. Mail sets up outside the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 95 blew it right by him for out number 2. So 2 down. And Austin Riley coming to the plate. Riley, 2 for 4 with 2 singles, 2 runs, and RBI. The first pitch to Austin is off the plate, well outside the zone. 1-0. You'd love to get this down to at least a 2-run lead. It makes it so much different to attack in the 9th inning. The 1-0 right there, taken all the way. 1-1. Standing on deck, Matt Olson, who already has 1 home run on the evening. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and fouled back. I think that went off the helmet of Mail behind home plate. 1-2. Braves 8, Reds 11. Top of the 8th inning. The 1-2 pitch. Whoa! Inside 95 up top. 2-2. Austin's worked it back to a 2-2 count. You know he doesn't want to walk him and put him on base with Olson at the plate. The 2-2 pitch. Swing! And that ball's hit high, towering fly ball down the right field line, but foul. Do it again at 2-2. Riley at the plate, Olson on deck, and Ozuna in the hole. He would represent the tying run. The 2-2 pitch on the way from Sims. Outside wide, 3-2. You got to figure Riley's going to get something to hit here on a 3-2 count. Can't imagine Sims wants to pitch around him to face the lefty. The 3-2 pitch. Swing! And that ball is blasted high and deep down the left field line into the upper deck, but foul. He absolutely launched that one. If you missed it earlier, the Miami Marlins have already lost. So the Braves will not lose any ground on the second place team in the East. The 3-2 pitch. Swing! And that ball's hit high and deep. It's going back on the track, over the wall. Ding dong, that pitch is dead. Holding everything, baby. A whopper makes it a 2-run game. His 13th home run of the year, 37th RBI, 458 happy feet. The Atlanta Braves have cut it to a 2-run game. And with that home run of 458, that is the 17th home run the Braves have hit over 450 feet, the most ever since the StatTrack era began. StatCast era began tracking that back in 2015. First pitch on the way to Olson. It's a fastball right there at the knees. It's 0-1. 11-9 your score. Olsen could cut it to a 1-run lead with one swing. The 0-1 pitch. Inside, 1-1. Colorado Rockies and New York Yankees of 2017 and 2018 previously held the record. The 1-1 pitch. Swing! And that ball is blasted high and deep. Going back on the track. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ramalama, ding dong, a solo blast, and back to back jacks for your Atlanta Braves. The third home run of the inning. Unbelievable shot. It's 11-10. And the Atlanta Braves have drawn within one run. Solo shots by Ronald Acuna Jr., Austin Riley. And by the way, one heck of a barehanded catch by the fan, as a Braves fan, out there in center field. First pitch on the way to Ozuna is over for a strike. It's 0-1. What a game this has been between Cincinnati and Atlanta. The 0-1 pitch. Swing! And that ball's fouled back. It's 0-2. One for four is Marcell Ozuna. Singled in the third. He's got an 0-2 count on him now. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike three. And Sims got out of it, but not before. Your Atlanta Braves score 3 runs. Cut it to a 1-run lead. We'll be back in a flash for the bottom of the 8th.
You must have someone in your family that's a lawyer. Why, because I'm Jewish? It's like me saying, hey, you're Indian. Doesn't your cousin work in a call center? My cousin does work in a call center. And my cousin's a lawyer.
Lager, the beer that brought the forest down. I drive an exotic imported sports car. I eat exotic foreign food like frankfurters and pizza. But when it comes to numbing my mind, I'm a patriot. I drink the beer that brought the forest down. I'm a lager man. And with the new 80-bottle trunk pack, you've got enough for the evening. Hey, it's happy hour somewhere. Lager brings out the patriot in you.
Hey, where do you think you're going? Hey, man, Mike's studying. I don't want to bother him. Yeah, well, you get back in there and finish, man. But see, in this house, people study when they're supposed to. Good thing I'm not a member of this house. Well, you heard of the extended family? Well, this weekend you part of one, which gives me the right to extend this belt to your behind if I feel like it.
At Shell, we know from the time you get up to the time you wrap up, there's a lot of meetups, eat-ups, and hurry-ups. So come to Shell and get 3 things done at once. Fill up with Shell V Power Nitro Plus, save up with the Fuel Rewards program, and snack up to save even more at the pump. Make the most of the stop you need to make with Shell.
Every little town out there on the prairie had its own ball team and ball grounds, and we challenged them all. It wasn't easy to win those games. Each of those towns had its own umpire, so you really had to go some to win. We were gone 3 or 4 weeks. We'd take up a collection at the games, pass the hat, and that paid our expenses, or some of them anyway. One of the boys was the cook, but all he could cook was round steak. We'd drive along the country roads, and if we came to a stream, we'd go swimming. Came to an apple orchard, we'd fill up on apples. If we were near some fairgrounds, we'd slip in there. If we were near a barn, well, Sam Crawford, Wahoo, Nebraska.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves have cut it to a 1-run game. 15 likes away from the century mark. Come on, y'all. Smash that like. 14 now. Atlanta Braves have cut it to a 1-run. They trail by 1-run lead for Cincinnati. And Joe Jimenez will come on. Jimenez to face McLean, and the first pitch is a 95-mile-an-hour fastball up top for a ball. It's 1-0. This game is not, there was some hype going into tonight, and it is not let us down one bit. The 1-0 swung on and fouled back out of play. 1-1. Cincinnati on an 11-game winning streak. Atlanta on an 8-game winning streak. First time two winning streaks of that magnitude have matched up quite some time. Only the third time in 100 years in Major League Baseball. The 1-1 misses up top. 2-1. 10 runs, 16 hits. No errors for the Atlanta Braves. 11 runs, 9 hits. 1 error for the Reds. The 2-2 swung on and fouled back. Do it again. It's 2-2. It's unbelievable that, all those hit pitches by the Braves have been the difference in the game. Do you think about it? The 2-2 pitch. Way off the plate wide. 96. 3-2. Appreciate everyone liking tonight. If you love to listen to baseball, please subscribe. We're here anywhere between 4 to 6 times a week, sometimes 7, depending. The 3-2 pitch, way off the plate, wide, ball 4. So Joe Jimenez comes in, and just like that, walks the leadoff man, and it's the last thing you want to do when you're trying to get back into the game late. That'll bring Jonathan India up to the plate. And the man who is already hit for the cycle, if you're just joining us, Elly De La Cruz, is standing on deck. Time is called. And I guess it'll be the pitcher violation. It's 1-0. I give up on figuring out that one with these umpires, because that is the one part of it that I don't like, of all the new rules that they've come up with. The 1-0 pitch in the dirt, 95 misses, 2-0. Reds 11, Braves 10, bottom of the 8th, 2-0. Count, 1 on, nobody out. Swing and a miss, 95 up top. Straight gas, 2-1. Oakland shocked the Blue Jays, beat them in Toronto 5-4. Milwaukee 7-1 over Cleveland. I believe Shane Bieber was on the mound for Cleveland tonight. Could be mistaken. Jimenez turns and fires the pitch over to first base. Keep the runner close by. Hit the out-of-town scoreboard here in a second. Try to squeeze it in as we go along. The 2-1 pitch. Right there on the edge. 95. Just kissed the black. It's 2-2. India didn't like it, but it looked like a strike from this point. Mariners 5-0 over the Orioles in the third. Rangers 4-2 over the Yankees. That game is in extras. The 2-2 from Jimenez. Swing and pops it up. Will that stay in play? Darno giving chase back and makes the catch by the dugout for out number 1. Phillies 5-1 over the Mets. That game is in the bottom of the 8th. Red Sox 3-1 over the White Sox. 6th inning. Angels and Rockies are tied at 2 in the third. Standing ovation for Elly De La Cruz, who's coming to the plate. Elly De La Cruz, if for some reason you're just joining us, 4 for 4. He's hit for the cycle. The only thing he did that you would say was not a good night, he got thrown out at home trying to catch Matt Olson napping from first base. First pitch on the way. That ball is swung on and lifted high in the air. Fading back to make the catch is Michael Harris II for out number 2. We'll have mercy when he unloads that, uncorks that swing. Even a ball that's only hit, I don't know, 250, 300 feet look like it could be going. So righty-lefty matchup now. Jimenez versus Fraley, 2 out, 1 on. The first pitch inside for a ball, 95. Misses inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Arizona and San Francisco, they're going to get going here in about a half hour. The 1-0 from Jimenez. The wind-up. Nope, he's going to turn around and try to catch the runner napping over there. Kind of a close play. By the way, I don't know what he did tonight, but Luis Arraez's batting average is up to 402. What an incredible year for Major League Baseball this year. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and rifled back foul, 95 up in his kitchen. 1-1. Not a big fan of a lot of the City Connects, but these Cincinnati City Connects aren't bad. I don't know if I would do the black on black with the pants, but I like the jersey. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. 95 up top. If Jimenez can start placing that pitch, he's going to be hard to beat. The 1-2 pitch, 1 on, 2 out. He lets it fly. Swung on and fouls it straight back. 95 up top. 1-2. I'd say the Braves and the Reds have 2 of the better City Connects. Those Pittsburgh ones, if you miss those, they're donning those soon. They released them yesterday. The 1-2 pitch on the way, runner on the move, and he'll have second base stolen. So runner in scoring position with 2 outs and a 2-2 pitch. The Pittsburgh City Connects are just god awful. They look like huge bumblebees. I don't think they're going to sell many of those. The idea behind some of the stuff in the jersey is pretty cool, but I don't know, it just wasn't executed well. The 2-2 from Jimenez. Swing and bangs it foul down the first base line. We'll do it again. Deuces are wild in Cincinnati. Runner at second. A 2-2 count, 2 outs. And if the Braves can stop Fraley here, 2 runs will win it for Atlanta. Jimenez looks in. The wind-up. The pitch. Lets it fly. Swing, and that ball's lifted high, but not very deep. It'll be playable. Ronald Acuna Jr. will make the fair catch for out number 3. We'll head to the 9th with a puncher's chance and take on one of the better closers in baseball when we come back.
Yo. Huh? Let me ask you a question. Where do you guys get those hats with the bills over the ears like that? The only ones I could find are the ones with the bills in the front.
No, it's the same. Just turn it sideways on your head.
Thanks.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Albert Goodwill Spaulding. With $800 borrowed from his mother, he opened a sporting goods business. Soon he was manufacturing all the baseballs used in the National League. He then began making bats and uniforms, managing to persuade club owners that each position should have its own distinctive garb. The result, was chaos. The team looked like a Dutch bed of tulips, a Chicago sports writer said, and the experiment was quickly abandoned.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves going to take on Alexis Diaz with a 2.03 ERA. 32 games, 31 innings, 55 strikeouts, 15 walks, 20 saves. Most in the National League so far. Reds fans are on their feet in what has been one hell of a show. If you went to this game, you're keeping this ticket stub. 10-11 your score. The first pitch on the way to Travis d'Arnaud. He pops it up, swings at the first pitch he sees, and come on, Travis. You got to be better than that. There's one away. One down. Eddie Rosario coming to the plate. Rosario. I know these guys are trying to knock one out to tie it, but if you get a reliever on the ropes, get them working out of the stretch, you usually have a better chance and flip that batting order over. First pitch on the way to Eddie inside. Oh, you got to take one for the team, Eddie. He dives out of the way. It's 1-0. Second time tonight, Braves could have taken advantage. And that's the difference. Cincinnati has actually been hit by a pitch. Is it 3 or maybe even 4 times tonight? They've leaned into them. The 1-0 pitch. Way outside wide, 95 misses. 2-0. Diaz has kind of a funky release, kind of a slingshot type of delivery. Kind of hard to pick up, especially for right-handers. The 2-0 to Eddie. Way out wide, 3-0. So it's all been 4-seam fastballs. 1 inside, 2 outside. The 3-0 to Eddie. The wind up the pitch. Swing and fouls it back. Is that going to stay in play? Giving chase. Just bends foul. Bounces off the third base dugout. Then it's 3-1. That's a pitch you got to take right there. He's lucky he's getting that one back. Cincinnati 11, Braves 10. Top of the ninth, what has been one heck of a seesaw affair. The 3-1 from Diaz. Swing and fouls it back, 94 up top. It's now 3-2. So you got a full count to Diaz, from Diaz to Rosario. Braves trail by just 1. By the way, Rangers did hold on and beat the Yankees 4-2. The 3-2 pitch. Off the plate wide. Ball 4. And Eddie Rosario will go grab the bag at first, but just 1 away. 1 down. 1 on. And Orlando Arcia coming to the plate. Arcia is 1 for 4 with an RBI double. Batting .332 on the year. 6 home runs, 26 RBI. Please hit that like button, y'all. We're here several times a week with Braves Country Baseball. Back tomorrow, 4:10 first pitch. Braves versus Reds should be a pretty good matchup there as well. Ashcraft versus Schuster. Diaz looks in. The first pitch on the way. Swing, and it's a slow roller over to short, and it's going to be a 6, 4, 3 game-ending double play. So Arcia rolls over, and that'll end the game. Heck of a game, Reds and Braves. The Reds will go on to win their 12th game in a row. We don't normally give a game ball to the opposing team, but you got to give one to Ellie Cruz. He hit for the cycle, and I don't have it in front of me, but I've got to figure that's the youngest man to hit for the cycle. He is an up-and-coming superstar in this game. And it'd be great for the city if they could lock him up to a long-term deal, look towards the future. Heck of a game by the Reds. Heck of a game by the Braves. They never gave up. They kept fighting. The 3 back-to-back jacks in the 8th inning. What an incredible attempt to come back. An unbelievable game. We'll be back at it tomorrow at 4:10 first pitch, 3:30 pregame show. Braves Reds. Braves will try to end the Cincinnati 12-game winning streak. The Braves will try to start a new one of their own. Winning streak ends at 8, but we don't lose any ground to the Marlins. Still 6 up. Congratulations to the Reds. That was one heck of a game. That's one of those ones you hate to lose any game, but that was a heck of a game. I'm glad I was here to see it. We'll see you tomorrow, y'all. Have a great night, Braves country. And congratulations, Reds fans.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks on 99.1 FM WQEE, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country comes your way weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Please follow, like, and subscribe today. Armchair Quarterback Radio, your first choice for Southern sports.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for La Jolla, whom Clevelanders love. Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mac. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of two X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, Strike two! Fraud! Cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.